Okay, hello everyone and welcome to the Communication in Science Global Mini Symposium organized by the University of Valladolid and the INFI Foundation. My name is Maria Soriano and I'm the co-founder and vice president at INFI. And today we are certain that with the amazing speakers that we have, we are going to learn a lot about science communication from a very practical point of view. And now, for the opening session, I want to welcome the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Transfer at the University of Valladolid, Oscar Martinez, and the President at INFI Foundation, Zafira Castaño. Thank you all, and the floor is yours. Oscar, please.
Sorry, now? Okay.
Perfect.
Sorry. Sorry, okay. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon here in Spain. Good morning, evening, depending on your place. For me, as the Vice-Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Transfer of the University of Valladolid, it's a real pleasure to welcome all of you to this global mini-symposium devoted to communication in science, organized both by INFI Foundation and the University of Valladolid. After the great success of the symposium celebrated last year, also organized by INFI and the University of Valladolid, devoted to open science, again this year both institutions have worked together to offer worldwide a new very interesting symposium in a matter which is especially very topical after the COVID pandemic, which is communication in science. And why the University of Valladolid again is enrolled in the co-organization of such event? Well, I should say better that how the University of Valladolid could not be involved in such an event. The University of Valladolid, as I intending to express now in few words, is proud for its activity in communication in science. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this event for the relevance of the selected subject and for all the effort which is needed to plan, develop and execute this global mini symposium. Of course, the close and well-established cooperation with INFI makes this target much easier and pleasant. Many thanks, Zafira, Maria, Joaquin, all the people from INFI enrolled in the organization of this event. And especially thanks to the people of the University of Valladolid enrolled in this task, the Doctorate School of the University of Valladolid, in particular, Daniel Mourinho, the subdirector of the school, in charge of the coordination of the international activities. Maybe it's important to emphasize today the three missions of the universities, missions that the University of Valladolid, I think, is proud in offering to the society. First, the initial mission of the university, which is the communication of the well-established or general knowledge to the students. That knowledge that has been translated by teachers and professors for many centuries all around the world, enriched by hundreds, thousands, millions of people contributed all along the history. And the University of Valladolid is especially proud for this activity that we have developed for more than 7 centuries. We are in fact very close to the celebration of our 8th centenary. The University of Valladolid is the second one created in Spain, or we can say the first if we take into account the studies developed in Palencia, which is today a campus of our university. The University of Valladolid is a generalist university with subjects in all fields, both in letters and humanities, as well as in natural science, medical science, and engineering and architecture. More than 25,000 students in 4 campuses and with an important presence of foreign students. And with the intention of increase our influence worldwide, attracting more students, being more international, both at the base level as well as in master and doctoral levels. The second mission is the generation of new knowledge, that subject known as research or science, that the universities very soon started to develop. And the University of Valladolid can be very proud for its many important and well-recognized research groups, also in all subjects. You can see here numbers regarding this, more than 3,000 researchers, 12 strong research institutes, more than 190 recognized research groups, more than 85,000 publications, nearly 1,500 PhD students every year. And finally, the third mission, which is the transfer of knowledge to all the society, not only to students. And although this mission has only recently started to be developed by the universities, I think the University of Valladolid is making important efforts to be situated at the front level of the universities, transferring the generated knowledge to companies, institutions, and to the general society. And why to mention the three missions of the university today and how they related to the subject of this global mini symposium? Well, I think communication at all levels is really important and not necessarily well developed by the universities and academic and research institutions. Many times we observe, for instance, teachers and professors that are experts in their respective matters, but do not have the abilities to communicate. And in this way, the first mission of the university is not completely well developed. All of us can remember those good teachers and professors, those that know how to arrive to us, how to communicate, how to captivate us. Math, for instance, are always hard, but if the teacher has the ability to arrive to us, the subject changes completely to us, and we started, in some cases, to be fascinated by the subject. I think we need to learn to communicate also in science. That is the same. Maybe we are very good researchers. Maybe we have great and well-recognized research groups, but we need also to communicate the generated knowledge as well as at all levels. And for this reason, we are today going to have different sessions regarding the different communication skills that we need as researchers. General tips to connect with the audience, academic communication skills, as well as writing communication skills. And after that, other skills to arrive to a more general public through modern or new or different channels such like TV, social media, etc. And as I mentioned before, I am also very proud of the important activity of the University of Valladolid in this field. Many different activities are organized every year by our students, professors, or technical staff to arrive to the society. For instance, by means of the 3-minute thesis competition, nowcasts, Pint of Science, TED events, big activities of science communication, such as the European Night of Researchers, the Science Week, etc. In particular, I want to mention the Scientific and Innovative Culture Unit of the University of Valladolid, created in 2017, that has experienced a very important increase and consolidation in the last years. And for me, it's a pleasure, and the University of Valladolid is very proud to have one of the most famous communicators at all levels, both regarding the first mission, translating the knowledge to the students, but also in communication of science to society, who is Professor Alfredo Corel, who is going to give also a talk today. He obtained the prize of the best academic teacher in Spain in 2019. He's very well known today in Spain and received several prizes also as a communicator. He is the Vice-Chancellor for Teaching Innovation and Digital Transformation of the University of Valladolid, and is going to give today a talk, as I mentioned, and also as the Vice-Chancellor, give to the university a very important quantitative jump in this subject of transformation and innovation. So while I want to say hello to all of you, to thanks the organizers for the organization of this event, and I hope this meeting, this symposium is going to be a very successful event. So welcome all of you and have a very interesting meeting this afternoon.
Thank you, Oscar. I want to join you also to welcome everybody. We are more than 130 people connected from different countries in the world. Thank you for choosing to spend your Saturday with us. And thank you, Daniel, Mourinho, especially for asking another year again to collaborate with you and organize this global mini symposium. So for those who you don't know us, I represent In5 Foundation. Since 2015, In5 Foundation has been working with European universities like University of Valladolid, La Laguna, Politécnica de Valencia, Sevilla, Málaga, Oviedo, Carlos III de Madrid in Spain, in Portugal, Universidade do Aveiro or Universidade do Minho, and in Dublin, Trinity College. So we work with European universities, we work with companies, and we work with local governments to build a global network of talent. Our mission is to bring together students, professors, and professionals from different cultures, societies, and countries to share ideas, knowledge, and innovate. Communication is the pillar of our diverse and global network of talent. And based on communication, we launch every academic year multiple programs among this platform of people working in different countries of the world. We have different programs that you can find at www.infi.org. The idea with these programs is to promote international knowledge flow, collaborations, innovation, and career development in excellence. We are talking today about communication, but what is science communication? So science communication is an umbrella term for the practice of informing and inspiring the public about scientific knowledge. Science communication is critical to our collaborative collective future, especially as misinformation campaigns intensify and spread. I think that all of us are aware of different campaigns and different fake news that were spreading during the pandemic. Here, there are a couple of examples. We have to remember that the most basic science is funded by the public. The science community needs to communicate in order to continue to justify the investment of the main stakeholders, the public. We should educate the public about what we know and what we don't know. And it's good to educate the public. However, it's critical to educate those making decisions. In most countries, leaders have mixed knowledge about science. It's our mission to inspire better understandings of science by policymakers. And for the future of our economy, environment, and our societies, it's critical that the next generation of talented people embrace a career in the science. And the best way to do it is to inspire them with excellent public scientific communication. So we have been working on this in the past decades, right? And a global movement of journalists, scientists, and professionals have been working, trying to improve the scientific communication. We have seen the fruits during the COVID pandemic. While there has been no shortage of misinformation during this time, we have also seen many prominent scientists do an outstanding job, like the ones that we have invited to you today. Thank you very much for your outstanding job in scientific communication. To improve and celebrate this topic, we have invited 8 of these experts from different fields to share with us tools and tips and to improve our scientific communication. So the goals of this global symposium is 1, to learn more about how to improve your scientific communication. 2, to share with you tools and resources. And 3, to have a positive discussion about scientific communication. As you know, this is going to be a workshop style, and we have a Q&A. Please send your questions about the Q&A, and we are going to have a debate with all of the speakers at the end of their presentation. And remember, we have an exit survey. When you are going to exit this online mini symposium, you will be asked to give some feedback and also to write down your email in case you want a certificate. Please remember to fill in the exit survey, is very important for us. And with no hesitation, I'm going to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Jesus Paez. So Dr. Jesus Paez, I'm going to stop sharing my screen so he can start sharing his. So Jesus Paez not only has one degree, that is ND, he has a degree that is PhD. He has been trained at Harvard University and Boston University. He has been working for 8 years at the pharma company AbbVie, and now he's working at Vertex Pharmaceuticals. He is the most complete professional that I never met in my life. Whatever you think about, he nailed it. He's outstanding as a coach, as a mentor, as a scientist, as a doctor, as a public speaker. You will judge by yourself that. And he is as a DJ as well. And he is the most inspiring and generous person that I met in my life. Thank you very much, Jesus, for sharing your time with us and sharing the tips about connecting with your audience. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the wonderful and kind words. You know, they're more than I deserve. I wanted to start with a little story. Over my 25 years working in science, I've given hundreds of presentations. And to tell you the truth, there have been most of them terrible. They're being horrible. And I think there's two aspects why there's been like that. The first one is that I followed the patterns of the people that taught me, my role models of teachers and researchers that I work with. And to tell the truth, maybe they were not the best people to learn from. And the second aspect is that I thought that my concept of scientific communication was the right one. And it wasn't like that. If you're listening to this presentation and you're in this group, most likely you fall within this category, or you work in the area of knowledge, science, academia, and teach and learning. And sometimes we understand this concept in a very specific way. What I want to invite you is to change a little bit what we think about those names, about those topics. And knowledge is not only what we know, but it's the area of facts and truth. Science is the area of creation, the area of being between the fantasy of the unknown and the reality of the known. If you work in academia, you are the individuals that gather and distribute all that information. And in teaching and learning, it's not only provide information, but it's actually the business of transforming and influencing people. So if we start to see our job not from the tag name of science or knowledge, but what is meant to do, we understand that we need to communicate our work in a more profound and more powerful way. Every time I gave a presentation, this is how I felt that people felt about my words, that they were excited and they were like, oh, this is so awesome. But the truth is that this is how most of the time they feel. They're not excited, you know, they're disengaged. And maybe the reason is that people perceive that science and academic topics are boring, are not accessible, they're not relevant or not popular. And we are responsible for that in a way. Just to give an example, in the last decade, and studies show that from 500 minutes of American TV shows, that is equivalent to 8.3 hours, only a single minute, 60 seconds, were devoted to science. And the topics that were touched were nutrition or fitness. And when you look at the people that talk about fitness and nutrition, they look like the guy that I show in the slide, and not like this guy that most likely did the research. In my over 30 years working in labs, I've never seen a guy with such big muscles in a lab. So I think we have to go and regain our ability to show and share our information in a world that is powerful. However, we've been taught that the way we communicate it is not great. We have these big boards of numbers and data, molecules, graphs, and things of that sort, and we think are the way to drive the message and a way to show that we know a lot, that we are the best at what we do. But the truth is that if we do that, we're losing the audience. If COVID has taught us something in the last couple of years, is that despite the fact that there's over 232,000 papers on this topic published in the lapse of 2 years, most of the information that you find regarding COVID on public media, it's conspiracy theories. And the reason why they're so prevalent is that individuals that come up with these theories are really good at communicating. They're really good at driving a message, something that the people that actually do the job fail to do. And one of the things that complicates more, if you see on the right-hand side, the left-hand side of the slide, is those two lines that says these expert conspiracy theories. A lot of people don't trust scientists to begin with, despite the fact that we spend years working on what we do. The general public don't trust what we say and maybe what we do. That's why we need to do the extra work and impact the society as we should do by communicating. Most of the fundamental ideas of science are essentially simple and may, as a rule, be expressed in a language that is comprehensible to everyone. That's one of the most popular quotes of Albert Einstein. And if he says that, you will say, well, I mean, he's right, we should do that. But we don't. We don't follow that. Somehow, I think the pedigree of being a scientist is that the more complex we do things, it seems that it's better for us or for our peers. So what I'm going to bring today is 6 areas that you should be focusing on to have better scientific communication. I'm going to give you, within those areas, aspects that are essential to connect with the audience in a way that they're hooked all the time, that they want to know more. And towards the end of the conversation with you, I'm going to have some resources that will provide you with the information to go a little bit deeper and provide you with some extra tools to step up the game in your scientific communications and interaction with, your peers, your professional group, or the public in general. I would like to start with this one, with emotion. Emotion is something that we don't relate a lot with science. Science should be dry, should be fact-based only. But we cannot assume that human beings are only people that think first and also feel. The truth is that feelings go first and we also think. Therefore, before starting any single communication with someone or a group of people regarding your science, you have to find out, what do you want them to feel? Do you want to inform them? Do you want to excite them, educate it, convince them, come up with a collaboration? Why is it important? Because if you know that you want people to be happy, your vocabulary should be happy. It's not that, say, I want to excite them, and you're going to go with, the day is gray and it's very sad and it's raining. Those words will go against what you're trying to convey. So when you know that you want to inform people in an exciting way, your vocabulary, your tone, your ability to select examples will be defined by that emotion. So that's the point number 1. Number 2, you have to tell them why this is important for them, why they have to hear you, why it matters, why this information is going to be transformative for them. The why for this presentation is that if we don't change the way we do things, we're going to lose the battle with conspiracy theories, with the people that drive the message that is not the right one. And to tell you the truth, you're doing the work. You're doing the effort to discover amazing things. You should be the one who excite people about the job, because is there anyone that knows better than anyone about that topic? Is you. It's important to understand that if there's no why, it doesn't matter if you go with a what you did and how you did it. People are not going to be connected to that emotion. Science is about storytelling. However, the way we do storytelling in science is relatively dry and is very boring, to say the least. You have to tell a story and develop an engaging narrative when you talk about science. Stories are more powerful and memorable than data. Metaphors and analogies allows people to relate with you and with your message. If you put a graph a bunch of numbers, very unlikely that people will feel excited about that. So be mindful to share the information that is relevant to your science, but in a way that is engaging and powerful. You have to come up with a way to reveal your personality, your opinions and perspective about the topic you're talking about. You have to demonstrate that the process of scientific discovery is something that can be understood, that you can relate to, and you can trust on the process. Therefore, showing you as a human being is the first step to allow a great connection with people. And finally, related to emotion, you have to reduce all those jargon that we use, that technical terminology that disconnect from the emotion and disconnect from the people that very unlikely understand the topic to the depth that you understand it to. When you have all these aspects of emotion to the point, then you have to understand who you're talking to. Every audience is different. They want different things. You have to take the time to research, observe, and understand your audience in advance in order for you to come up with the best way to drive your message. You have to tune the complexity to a point that they truly will understand every single word of your message. Otherwise, you're going to be losing them as you go. I'm going to give you this example. If you think about general public, very likely, and this is based on research, that they will focus on how the information that you're sharing with them impacts their life, their society today, tomorrow, and in the future. However, if you're talking with funders because you want to drive your science to a commercial level, then what they want to understand is how they will get return from their investment. You see now that it's very different. Your science is the same, the data is the same. The way you package it is very different. When you're talking to your peers, that they understand what you do, then they're interested in understanding your work, your findings. Can we collaborate? Can we do new things with that information? And if you're working with the industry, then you have to show your pedigree, your knowledge, what technology you have, what products and services can you actually, provide to them. And more importantly, then you understand the business landscape in order for them to trust that you have the same vision and alignment as they have. So this is just to show that the data is the data. What you have produced is what you have produced, but the way you will communicate with the audience depends on what you want to get from them and what they want to get from you. So if there is something that I want you to remember about this presentation, and maybe you won't remember anything at all, just pay attention to this phrase. Communication in science and communication overall is never about you, and it's never about your communication style. It's about the message that you want to drive. If you focus on this is how I do things, and this is comfortable for me, very likely you're going to lose a bunch of individuals during the conversation. Adapt to them, be flexible. You're smart enough to learn new ways of expressing yourself. If you do that, you will be connecting effectively, and people are going to see you as a role model and someone to work with. You have to focus on a single message, and this is area number 3. A single message. Why a single message? The fact is, if you cannot provide all the information that you know about the topic, you just need to think about one aspect that you want people to remember. And I just listed that in my previous slide. This is the message that I want you to remember. Be flexible about communication. Go there and find new tools to be a better communicator in science. Then when you have a defined message, you have to build your talk around that message. Everything has to lead to people remember that specific point. Your research community may have the time and attention to devote lengthy papers presentation, an hour presentation about graphs and figures and things of that nature. But the rest of the world, they don't truly care. They want to know, why is this on me? Can you tell me this in 3 minutes? You have to develop that ability. 3 minutes elevator pitch on science and move on. Be clear, succinct. Only show what is important for them. Only what is important to drive your message across. If they're excited, they're going to come to you, they're going to ask you something. So be mindful of selecting the key pieces of information that you would like to share. Finally, focus on the big picture. Obtain the academic, educational, transformational result that you aim for. These 20 minutes, I want you to have an idea on how to approach these, and then give you the resources for you to do your own research and select the style that suits you well. If we're going to talk about communication overall, we can have weeks of work showing papers and research saying how to do this, and that's not exactly the point. One aspect that I would like to highlight based on research here on the right-hand side of the slide is that you can see the inverted pyramids. If you're working and talking with researchers, your communication will be focused on background, supporting ideas and results and conclusions. This is how we present data. This is how we write papers. This is how we write grants. However, with the public, they want to know the conclusion first. What is the bottom line? So what? What is it for me? Why is this important? And what are the 2 or 3 things that support your idea so they can believe your information and move forward on? Keep it simple. You don't need to cover too much ground. Resist the impulse to summarize your entire career in a single talk. Now I have the opportunity to show that I've worked during the last 30 years on science, and I'm just gonna say everything about it. That's not a good approach. The better approach is to give more detail about your field of study and what are your unique contributions to that field, and make it exciting for people. The available time that you have for a presentation is what dictates the scope of your talk. If you have 3 minutes, you have to summarize things in 3 minutes. If you have 3 hours, then you have to find ways to keep people engaged during that length of time. So be mindful of what is the scope that you want to talk about and how many minutes do you have for your presentation to be engaging and to be powerful. I think this is truly important, and we struggle significantly with this. We want to be part of the group. We want to behave like the scientists or the economists, of the bankers, of whoever we want to emulate and part of the group of individuals that we want to belong to. However, in communications and science, and I want to be very clear here, my personal opinion is that we have failed significantly and being very impactful in society. Just look any scientific, persona online and see their followers compared to, one of these very famous, some, musicians or actors, and the numbers are abysmal between them. Therefore, we need to get a little bit more front page in what we have to say. And the only way to do that is that we need to challenge the status quo. We cannot do things the way we used to do it. It doesn't work, it's not effective, it's not powerful, it's not transformative. Therefore, take the time to learn from the pros. And the pros are not actually scientists. They're actors, they're journalists, they're media people, individuals that do research and work on that and can teach you how to do this well. You have to study communication and apply the right approach rather than use the old ways. We've always done this way. In my case, when I started giving scientific presentation, PowerPoint wasn't even available. We had this like reels of things and we have to put pictures or have only papers where we have to write on. If we will use this type of approach now, it will be just completely silly. People won't even pay attention to us. So we need to keep the pace, and the pace now require that we go outside of the science and become more media people and communicators. Scientists, we are not trained in communication. And most of the times, we're a bad example in how to do it. You will see in the resources that I'm going to share with you, all the things that are available for the scientific community to be better communicators, because now it's more important and paramount that we're better individuals. So maybe look for role models outside your area of expertise. And last but not least, be memorable. Push the boundaries of your comfort zone. If we are the individuals that spend our times in the labs, doing experiments or in front of the computer coding, we're not going to learn new things except for what we're doing. Your job, the job as a scientist, is not only discovery. It's transforming yourself through that discovery and transforming people through the discovery. If you don't have the ability to wow them, you don't have the ability to evoke emotions in people, well, you can learn that. You can actually get the tools to be impactful in front of individuals. Here, I'm going to finalize with a story and this slide. If you grab your phone and you open your camera and you put it in front of this QR code, it's going to take you to a document that I put with a bunch of links about resources in scientific communications that I use for this presentation. You will see there are things related to tech talks about scientific communication, what scientific organizations actually suggesting how to do this, what journalists says about that, programs that you can join if you want to do a master's degree on this. So please go ahead. It will be available for you at any time. I will finish before we open some questions with the story why I think communication is important. I remember the first time I lost a patient. I am emergency doctor. And that night, the patient came through the emergency room. He was a young individual, like 16 years old boy. His dad brought him carrying on his hands. And from afar, I saw that he was not doing well. The fact was that when I got into the patient, he was already dead. He suffered multiple gunshots due to violence. I tried to do my best. I truly, truly did my best, but there was nothing I could do. It took me like 3 or 4 minutes looking at the patient and looking at the front of the wall to try to find the ways to tell the dad that I tried my best, but I had failed. I tried to go back to all the classes that I took in med school that will help me articulate the message and the words to deliver that message in a way that was passionate, empathetic, and respectful. And I couldn't find any single example of a teacher telling me how to do it. I went out of the doors, I stand up in front of him, and the only thing that I could say is, I tried my best, but I couldn't save your son. He looked back at me and told me, what hurts me the most at this moment is that I couldn't say goodbye, because I've never told my son that I loved him. When I heard that, I was surprised that he was more touched and concerned and saddened by the fact that he couldn't say words than the fact that he lost his son. From that moment on, I took the quest. I become a better communicator, because every time that I would be in that situation, I should have the best words to be compassionate, to be empathetic, and be respectful, and be someone to give a shoulder to a person that just lost a loved one. I do the same with my work in science. I do the same with my work coaching individuals that reports to me in my work. So I invite you to find those experiences that tells you that your work is important, and find the words to be transformative for individuals. So I invite you to devote 30% of your time for the next few months developing the tools to be better communicators, because you are in the business of transforming lives. Thank you. So thank
I think it's something wrong with Jesus' connection, right?
Yes, unfortunately, yes. But we had the opportunity to hear all his advices and also the sad story. but the inspiring story for him. Can you hear me? Everybody's correct with me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Zafira.
Okay. Well.
I don't know, we have some questions. But
yes, I can see the questions here. If you don't mind, if it's possible, will be easier if you drop your questions here in the Q&A. Once Jesus connect again, I'm sure that he can answer your questions through the Q&A. Okay.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Jesus.
Okay, I'm sorry. Got disconnected here.
So it seems that there are some comments. Thank you very much for this inspiring presentation. I knew that everybody will be open mouth after your presentation, Jesus. Thank you very much. Some comments that I am receiving is that we love your message. Thank you, super inspiring, great presentation. Something that they are highlighting is the importance of adaptation, right? We have to be flexible. We have to adapt to our audience and deliver the best message depending on who. There is a person who wants to ask and wanted to be upgraded. If you want, will be easier to write down your questions. In the meantime, Jesus, I wanted to ask you, here, I can see you. Thank you very much. So in the meantime,
we can upload the person that can. Is
okay.
Federica? Pam?
Yeah.
Can you talk now, Federica?
Hello? Can I ask something?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you understand me? I'm so sorry, my annoying daughter got my computer.
Yeah. Do you have a question for Jesus?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I be gay?
Recording in progress.
Is being gay a sin? Because I want to be gay, but I don't like men.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's.
Sorry, Jesus, a question for you. How many, so I guess that it's important to keep practicing because we don't born with all of this knowledge, and we have to assume that, especially in Europe, that we are not used to communicate in public so frequently. So what is the message that, or your opinion for the people who is following us today in terms of practicing, in your experience, how many talks did you have to give to come to this level of communication? Jesus. Can you hear? I think that we lost Jesus again.
Yeah, we lost Jesus.
Okay, so we are going, Jesus, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me now? I'm gonna disconnect my camera and apologize for it so I can answer the question because you kept keeping chopping up. So I think the importance here is to try to understand that doing more science is not gonna be a way to communicate better. We have to get out a little bit of that area. And practice can be problematic if you don't have the right tools or the right way of doing it. So my recommendation is to start with a very small message, let's say a 3 minutes message. There's actually competitions of PhD thesis in 3 minutes. And you can see how powerful they develop that message. And we're going to have conversations today about how to deliver that.
Yeah.
Write it, practice, memorize it. And the more you do it, it becomes more second nature and you will feel more comfortable. So I don't think it's about a lot of presentations and a lot of time. It's rather do it right, have the right foundations, and actually ask people to help you. Scientists were really bad at asking for feedback and asking for resources and be vulnerable. Hey, I'm not really good at this. I'm not good at that, but I've taken acting classes. I've taken voice classes. I've taken a bunch of classes to allow me to be a little bit more outgoing. I'm a very shy individual, but I've learned that for the importance of the message that I have to deliver, I need to take action and I need to do my part. So it's not about time, it's about quality training.
That's a very good feedback. There are more questions here in the Q&A. They are asking, Joanna Campos is asking, do you think we can also put emotions into the presentations with our peers?
Absolutely. If people don't understand why it is important for them to listen to you, they're not going to follow you. They're not going to actually discuss the points. If you see my presentations as example, I didn't put any graphs. I didn't put anything that look like signs. And it's not that it's not available. I can put the graphs. I can put bar charts. I can put tables and show numbers. But is that truly important for the message? So emotion is part of it. Emotion is something that we need to get comfortable with. And I think that's part of the problem with scientists, including myself. How do I put emotions in the work I do? Well, the truth is that in my case, I work in a disease that people don't have a therapy. People die about that. I need to tell that to the public so they understand that what I'm doing is important. And if you're doing research, it means that it's relevant. You just need to find the way to tell people that it is.
And talking about emotions, here we have a question in that line. I think that is our obligation, right? To inspire the new generations. We should start earlier, not only at college level, but at high school, at children's levels of the importance of science, to have the new generation of talent joining our force. So here, Maria, they are asking, do you have experience? Do you have any tips when you are connecting with this small age audience? Will you add some humor?
Yes, I think that one of the aspects that are key is that science has to be accessible. And accessible means that you need to do anything that is needed to do in order to engage people. Imagine that you're giving this type of presentation to a bunch of kids that are like 5 to 7 years old. As soon as you put a bar graph, that's it. They don't even know what that. But if you tell a story that they can connect to, I think they will remember, and then maybe some of these kids will become scientists because they're excited about your words. There's nothing wrong with being silly, quote unquote, in a presentation, or tell a story, or saying, hey, we tried to do this for 3 years and we failed, and it turns out that we were doing the wrong thing, and let me tell you what. That it's okay. People relate to that in a more powerful way than very, very serious type of information. So I think everything is game. You can be humorous, you can tell stories, you can be serious. If that helps you to drive the message, that's the goal. Do whatever it takes.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Storytelling is a very good tool. We are going to close your presentation with the last question, which is inclusive language. How, and I don't know if you are going to have any advice, because this is more specific in Europe and it's more specific in Spain. So in Spain, they are trying to be more inclusive, just saying todos and todas for female and male, alumnos and alumnas. So this redundancy, I think that doesn't exist in United States, for example, is really needed to be at that level of inclusive that you are giving so many words, or should we be more concise or more focused into the message, delivering the message?
I think it depends of the type of presentation you have. If you're talking about science in the general sense and it affects people, I think inclusivity helps a lot because you can relate to everyone. However, more than saying, let's say, todas y todos, maybe, if you give examples that are very universal, people will feel included. And if you keep it neutral, everyone will feel that way. English, we don't have that problem because it's very neutral. However, science has to be powerful enough for being transformative, but you don't have to dumb it down. I think that's one thing that people believe, that if you're talking about science, you have to dumb it down to the point that is accessible in a familial way. That's not what I'm saying here. Be close to them. If you want to say todas, todos, or include feminine and masculine, it's great to do that. But science goes first and the message goes first. And if you think that you're going to make a pitfall of not being inclusive, say it ahead of time. Say, hey, I'm going to struggle with this. If I do it, excuse me, but I'll try to do my best. And people will be thankful for that, for your words.
Wonderful tips, Jesus. Thank you very much for sharing all of your stories, for telling your story of your life, as always, for inspiring us. I'm going to move forward with Dr. Gabriela Lagreca. I'm going to share my screen to introduce her. So Dr. Gabriela Lagreca is an assistant professor and director of faculty education and instructional development at Tufts University in Boston. She also is a faculty advisor for the American Dental Education Association, director of the American College of Prosthodontics, Massachusetts section, and secretary at the Association of Dental Education with a special interest group in learning and teaching with technology. In addition, Gabriela is the founder and host of the International Dentist Post. She is an inspiration for us, and we are really grateful for having you today, Gabi. I'm going to stop sharing so you can start sharing your presentation.
Recording in progress.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction, Safira, and for all of you to join in this exciting topic. And I have the bar set very high because Dr. Paez Cortez never falls short on delivering. Perfect. So I think many people intuitively know the proper communication is important in different settings, right? For instance, we learn how to speak with our friends, and we don't speak with our friends the same way. Perhaps with our friends from high school, we speak certain ways. With our friends from work, we speak in a different way. So I think there is a natural element in communication that we're already familiar with. But in terms of academic communication, also known sometimes as a scholarly communication, this actually refers more to the methods of communication that are highly structured for being used in an academic setting. And this actually involves a pedagogical component. So it's the way how we communicate when we want to teach, it's the way how we communicate when we are learning. That being said, academic communication can include different words, different expressions, and you're gonna learn hopefully at the end of this short presentation, some of the tools and elements that you can carry no matter which space you are of your academic journey to become a more effective communicator. And before we start, I'm gonna ask Maria to launch the poll number 1, because I would like to know a little bit about you. Thank you, Maria.
You're welcome.
Okay, maybe once we reach about half of the group, we can close it. Excellent. Thank you so much for your responses. And then I will actually ask you a second question. I know I'm jumping in with a lot of questions for you. You will see shortly why. Maria, can we launch question number 2, please?
Yeah. Sure.
Thank you. And thank you so much for taking the time of answering these questions live. This is a great opportunity to get to know each other. Since many times this webinar experiences can be a little bit dry. So I'm glad to know that most of you are students, but also a good number of you are going to be our professors. Thank you, Maria, and the team for sharing the poll. And the reason why I start with a question, it's because there are 3 elements, and I'm going to bring some of the elements Dr. Páez-Cortez just revised regarding the communication elements. I really need to know before I speak who is my audience. I told you earlier, you wouldn't speak with your friends from high school the same way that you would speak with your colleagues. I wouldn't refer to you the same way if I know you're a student versus if you're a faculty, or if you are somebody down the road, perhaps a patient that you're communicating with, or somebody that you are delivering this message that is a lay person. So understanding who is the audience right now helps me frame my presentation. And if I don't know, perhaps this space, I didn't know who you were. How can I talk to you if I don't know who I'm talking to? So try to use these tools in the practical sense. Everything you see in this presentation, you will see me applying it as a way of serving as an example. So now that I know who is my audience, I need to know my message. And as a communicator in academics, I think this is the part you know. The message is your content. This is the expert element of you. This is the information that only you know best because you're the expert in the topic. But the message is really not important if you don't know why the person listening to the message should care. So the way how I deliver the message in academia will be different if I'm delivering that message to a student versus if I'm delivering to a professor, or in my case that I'm a healthcare provider, if I'm delivering that information to a patient. So I think generally when we look at communication, we think about only the message, but we miss these other 2 elements, which are very important to have an effective communication in an academic setting. So now I'm going to talk about the medium or the how. So we covered the who is in this case you. We covered the medium, or sorry, the information, which is the what. But now let's talk about the how, which at the end, it becomes the means of communication. And in an academic setting, we are generally familiar with a couple of these elements, but some of these probably are going to be new for you, as they were new for me a few years back. I think we're familiar with scholarly work as one of the most popular elements of how people communicate in academics. And if you are a professor, you know this very well. Your publications talk about who you are, your ability to produce research. And these are perfect examples of what we're super familiar with in academia. But your scholarly work could be a little bit beyond that. And when we're in very rigid academic settings, and I'm referring very rigid because every university has a mission and vision, as it was presented this morning by the University of Valladolid. When you go by the mission and vision of your school, you will know what is important for that university in terms, perhaps if you're a professor, for the professors in the room, if you are looking to get promoted from assistant to associate professor or to full professor, you know that you have to be efficient at delivering certain number of publications and then having some impact in your work, bringing in grants. And I'm glad that today we're going to cover all of those topics and you're going to have experts on each one of these areas. I'm here just to tell you that regardless of the culture and the mission and vision elements of your school, there's still certain elements on which you can bring the scholarly aspect. Perhaps if you are a researcher that is in a lab, is very easy because you have basically all of your disposition and your job title might be researcher. But for those of you that are teachers, or for those of you that are students, how can you bring the scholarly element? And this is actually something that after COVID became much more evident. I want you to think about how you were teaching or how you were learning until 2019. And for a minute, I want you to put it in contrast to how you're teaching and how you're learning now in 2022 with everything that happened in 2020 and 2021. But how do we know those strategies, educational strategies, are actually effective? How do we know our students are connecting with our message? How do we know, how are we assessing our students when remote? So this is where the space of scholarship of teaching and learning comes into play, which is actually the systematic inquiring of getting the best educational practices. So even if you're not in a lab, if you don't have access to what is probably known as the typical research in your area, I want you to explore SLOT. The Scholarship of Teaching and Learning can help you both as a student or as a faculty to still be scholarly productive as a teacher. And I know this is a topic that I generally get a lot of questions, but there will be somebody talking about papers today, so I don't want to overwhelm you with information, but if the topic of Scholarship of Teaching and Learning is new to you and you're curious, I have a little bit of information here from the American Academy of Scholarship of Teaching and Learning, so that's going to be a good starting point. And then from there, I'm happy to later on entertain more questions about this. But in general, and I know that it's going to be a topic today about writing, I just want you to remember for the toolbox, what are some key points when writing about science? You need to think about using active verbs, avoid excessive complicated words, use analogies as examples. Think about what Dr. Paez-Cortez mentioned, which is bringing stories. Only include critical details. I think we're used to talking some level that is very specific and abundant, and sometimes the message can get lost. So try to think about really what will be the outline. You saw my outline of a presentation from the beginning. I have 3 dots that I'm going to be covering one by one, A, B, C, and I'm keeping my outline present throughout the whole presentation in a way or another. So that way you're able to connect with me as an educator and to continue to follow my message. Tell a story, but stay true to the facts. So you're not lying on the story. And of course, spend time revising, rewriting, getting feedback, and citing your resources always. Point number 2 on my list, which is presentation. So we cover scholarly work. Now we're moving on to presentations. Presentations talk about spreading knowledge, and you can spread knowledge by different means. For some of you, presentations will be public talk like this, a webinar, a poster presentation, a presentation in a classroom, or in a main conference stage. But regarding what's going to be the media of your presentation, there are some key elements that all presentations should have. And I want you to now start connecting with the word of visualization. And I'm going to bring the artistic element because I said at the beginning, academia sometimes can be dry, but we don't have to make it drier. I would like, if you're faculty, because I now have 35% of you are professors in this webinar, how many of you still have PowerPoints with a blue background and yellow fonts? I want to ask the students, how many of you really connect with those type of PowerPoints? So think about really the art of visualizing, and then you need graphics. I'm putting a lot of graphics, but I'm still connecting them with my outline. So I'm driving you to think and develop your ideas of what I say by complementing that with some imaging next to each one of my slides. So this could be, depending on the topic you're talking about, conceptual diagrams, it could be maps, pictures, it could be graphics, it could be tables. So if you just tell me numbers, it's kind of difficult to grasp, but if you tell me tables or pie charts, I might be able to understand better. So when creating visuals, my few suggestions will be stay consistent with your format and style. Don't go crazy with the colors. So have colors with a purpose. As you're seeing the color scheme of my presentation, I chose it to be blues and greens. Doesn't mean I cannot have a little bit of orange here and there, but I'm staying consistent with a color scheme. Of course, high resolution graphics. There is nothing more disturbing than something that looks pixelated. Actually, there is a sound that it doesn't sound proper. So when your sound is not great, it's just the same as when your images are pixelated. So it's the pixelated of the voice. And then of course, always identify if there is anything to be labeled from your images. If you're presenting in posters, if you're going to a conference and bringing your scholarly work or some teaching work that you want to share with your colleagues, you could prepare a poster. And probably this is something that all of us do, but not all of us do effectively. When you think about a poster, less is more. I could not tell you when I'm walked through the aisles of conferences, if I see too many lines of text, I just don't even stop in the poster. I get overwhelmed. So bring the graphic elements. Less is more. Be intentional with the content and the message. Make sure you start with the endpoint first. Students nowadays, and I have a big group of you, over 75 of the ones watching right now are students on the ages between 24 to 34, which is the majority of the group. Think about what type of things attract you when you look at a video on YouTube or when you look at information online. Having too much text doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to connect quickly. So be intentional with the text you choose. Tell me what I need to know first, and then elaborate. If you start elaborating, you haven't connected with me yet. I might not even stay, I might stay physically until you get to the message, but I'm not going to stay mentally necessarily. So utilize high resolution images, and this is all very consistent with what we just spoke about, the graphics. Use the text only to support your visuals. Do not have the text on one side and the visuals that have nothing to do with the text just because you feel you have a lot to say. If you feel you have a lot to say, then a poster might not be the space to say so. And of course, I always add supplemental information. So when I'm presenting a poster, I always have a handout. And generally nowadays in the digital era, I have a QR code and I give people the handout on a QR version. So I might have it in a little corner, references and handout, and people can just scan. And whoever wants more information can get more information. But that way I'm not scaring away people from my project because I just want to dump a bunch of information on you that you haven't requested. And I know we're passionate. We feel really passionate about our topics and our areas of expertise. But because you are the content master, you also need to be the communicator master. You're the one that is decanting this information and the one that is able to tell me exactly what is the most important piece for me to know. And that links to speaking mastery. Speaking mastery is pretty much what is going to be the objective of a lot of the elements of today's discussions. But really think about what it means to be a good speaker. Some of us have the blessing of being talkative people, but it could be a curse as well. I have to train myself to speak less and slower because I realize when I speak too fast, I lose people. So if you see me speaking fast, type on the chat too fast, Dr. Lagreca. But you have to think about the speaker regarding of where you are. And your starting point will be very different from one moment of your career to another. Maybe you're shy. Maybe you're somebody that fears public speaking. Get yourself out there. Thinking on Toolbox. Go on acting classes. Go on improv sessions. Discuss with people that you know nothing about. In the United States, we have organizations like Toastmasters that you can do public speaking training. And I'm sure in other continents, there are also similar resources. So really think about how you can work on your presentation skills as a communicator and engage with your audience through questions and dialogue. If you think about what I'm doing right now as I'm speaking to you, I have a poll question so I get to know you, but I'm also connecting you with the interaction of the message. I told you at the beginning, academic communication is dry, but I'm gonna teach you how to make it better. So I gave you the message. So really try to talk about the process, not just the results, because people care about the process. They want to know about your work, but not really the conclusions of your work necessarily. And try as much as possible to leave time for questions. So when I'm giving 20 minutes to talk, I talk for 15 or sometimes 10, because I feel that I could talk about it a lot more when I have the interactions of questions, because the questions tell me the things you need to know. It's not about what I want to bring. It's not about what I want to give you. It's about what you need to receive. The slides, I think probably Dr. Paz Cortez had a great example. He had very few words on his slides, extremely well put together graphics. How many times we do that? How many times are we graphically conscious about what we're putting out there as a visual element? So same rules as before. Color scheme, less is more. Explain your visuals to the audience. Tell me why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. I told you at the beginning, I have an outline, but I'm gonna keep my outline in a graphic figure. So I inform you already what you were seeing. So that way you connect with it every time you see it again. For memorable results, spend about a minute or two per slide. Try to have visual elements in all of your slides. If you see, I have at least a visual element, even if it has to be only my outline reminder, because there is nothing more heavy for the eye than a slide that only has text. Include an outline if you can, and we cover this. Less is more, always less is more. But you don't need to be an expert graphic designer, and you might be wondering how I'm gonna do that. There are so many resources out there that you could utilize. I use pre-made templates, and you buy those as a package where you can get a lot of infographics and slides that look beautiful that you can customize. But maybe you prefer using something online, like Dr. Paez Cortez utilized Prezi, and in Prezi you can upload the presentation. You work everything on the cloud, and they have those nice transitions already made for you. And like that, Canva, Visme, there are really so many resources out there that as an educator you should use. And as a student, you should use as well, because you are the one that understands your generation. There is no excuse anymore. This is how I learn, so this is how others need to learn. You know best as a millennial, you know best as a Generation Y, Generation Z, how is it that you learn? Try to work with faculty as well so you can improve the communication means. And I do that with my students a lot. I involve them in the creation of the slides. I involve them in the creation of the work, especially my teaching assistants. And then the last piece is social networking. For social networking, it's what other means of communication you have. We were talking about Medium, right? So element number one in Medium was very well known, research and publication, presentations, and now social networking. And for that, you might wonder why social networking? Why is it important? And according to research, and there's really a lot of publications regarding communicating and social networking in all professions. And I'm telling you, I'm in the healthcare business, so in healthcare education, there's a lot of data that focus on why social networking. And I highlight some of the elements that I consider will be of value. The tools for collaboration, the ability to search, to have promotion, visibility, and highlight your work, to be a peer networking colleagues, to extract and organize the information in a lot faster manner, and also to sometimes even up to conduct peer reviews. So with that, I will have you another question on the poll. Maybe Maria can help me this time with the next question, please. Because I'm curious to know if you use social networking sites. And social networking sites could be many. Don't get restricted to the ones that I put examples up here, because in your community, I know in some countries, WhatsApp is used for communication a lot. So whatever networking social space that you utilize will fit. I'm curious to know if you use them. And 90% of you say yes. So look, I didn't make any assumption, right? I could have assumed that you will use it because I do, but do never make assumptions. Always question your assumptions by testing your group. And now I want to know, how frequently do you use? So we're going to have a last question for the poll today. Maria, thank you so much for helping us with this. And this is going to be the last poll question. Let's see, how frequently do you use it? And this is completely confidential, so we're not judging anybody. I know my phone tells me a report every week how often I've been using things, which is kind of scary sometimes. But let's see, how frequently do you use these places? %79% said every day, and 9% twice a week. Only 2% of you said never. Only 2 people or 100 said never. I hope with that, I was able to prove a point that as academicians, as people in academia, we need to be in the social spaces, because that is where our students are, that is where our colleagues are, where our peers are, and in my case, where my patients are. So you need to have a presence. And I had here most health science students are acquiring materials to social media because that's my area, but I'm pretty confident that this could apply for many others as data shows. So these could be alternative outlets, and there will be some great discussions later today on utilizing some of these spaces, some social media spaces for communication. But I just want to inspire you to be curious and explore. Is there anything that I could be sharing on a blog? Is there anything I could be putting on a podcast? Can I use Twitter to promote my research or my scholarly work? Can I connect to colleagues via LinkedIn? Can I network? Can I explore opportunities to get jobs if I'm in the job search world, and so on? And you're not alone on this. And I just want to make sure one more time I remind you why this is important. If you look at this, this question was very similar to the question I just asked you. How often do you use the following sites? And this shows you in perspective that most people utilize this either most days or most weeks. And number one, and the winner, was Twitter. Second to Twitter, we have Facebook, and then Google Scholar. And then those were the top three. And from there, LinkedIn, Google, and blogs. I was shocked that I couldn't find PubMed anywhere in the data, or if it was always down under the list from 10 under. ResearchGate, 50%. So it's really interesting how generationally we need to communicate and we need to convey the message in spaces that are fitted for it. And I know a lot of people in academia feel concerned about this because there might be some guides and regulations in the institutions. Follow the guides, follow the regulations, but we are responsible for transforming the world. We are the ones in academia today, not our faculty that teach us 30 years ago. Maybe they're still there, they're not bringing knowledge in something they don't understand. So we have the responsibility to bridge the generations so we have the best of both worlds. And as I'm reaching the end of my presentation, I came across this article back in 2018, before COVID. And I think our life was very different back then. And I said back in 2018, just because I reviewed the job roles of the 2025 medical educator at that time. And I will challenge you to think now, job roles of the 2025 educator, depending on what your space is. And back in 2018, when I read this for the first time, this felt very far, very far. But when I look at it in the post-COVID world, I wonder how many of us as educators are doing this right now, knowing or without knowing. Are we being diagnostic assessors? Meaning, are we looking at big data and identifying how to individualize this data for our students? I think we are. Are we being content curators, not only content experts, meaning being able to access, select, and sequence how to deliver the information? Are we being technology adapters? I'm 100% sure the answer is yes, because you're watching a webinar on Zoom today. Are we learner-centered navigators and professional coaches? Are we guiding our learners to use their resources to achieve their individualized targets? The learning is not anymore about how you teach, it's how they learn. I'll remove clinician and I'll say role model. Are you just becoming a role model and a mentor for your students? And most importantly, the learning and environment design. We have to be engineers, architects, graphic designers, implementers, because we need to really design the space to optimize learning. So 2025 came quite quickly because the classroom before COVID probably looked like this for many of us. And I think there is no question that 2020 looked more like that. But I want you to think about, what will you do if your classroom looks like this? Whether you're a student, a faculty, or somebody involved with academia, think about what are the tools that you need in your box to become the educator of the next century. And with that, I want to leave you some resources. We all love resources. So if you could scan the QR code on the upper left side of the screen, you're gonna get a list of resources and some of the references that I utilized for this presentation. I love connecting on social media. You shouldn't be surprised by now. So I'm quite active on several spaces, but I left you my LinkedIn here. And I have a podcast because I believe communication is power. So I look for spaces to share my message. And to be honest, becoming a podcast has helped me so much in my communication skills. So I strongly suggest it. And I want to thank you all again. And I left this slide, which is slightly pixelated on purpose, so you could see the differences now, how annoying it is to see something pixelated after seeing everything sharp. But thank you all so much, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. I love your phrase. I was writing here, we are responsible for transforming the world. I love that fact. I can see several questions. I also have some, but let's go first through the chat. People was very interested to learn which type of presentation you were using. It was spreadsheet or Canvas?
I use PowerPoint, and I had templates for PowerPoint. So I bought, there are several packages, and we got this one as a collective with a group. So everybody could download all of them. So it came in a package with PowerPoint, Keynote, of pre-made templates by areas. So there is some in education, in business, in many areas. So I made a combination of those. That's where I get my graphics from. But I use Canva a lot when I want to do something directly online. And the free version of Canva is pretty nice.
Wonderful for clarifying this. You have a lot of congratulations in the Q&A, just saying nice talk, great presentation. Another question that we have here is where I can listen to podcasts apart of YouTube?
That's an excellent question. And thank you for all the comments. I'm also reading that Toastmasters is international. So thank you so much, Joanna, for the message. So wherever you are, look for Toastmasters for public speaking. So where can you hear podcasts? There are different platforms for podcast listening. If you have an iPhone has their own podcast platform. You can also listen to them on Spotify, in Amazon Music, and sometimes even up to the direct websites of the podcasters. I personally have podcasts, and they're mostly free. So I think a very good tool for education that we should take advantage more is to communicate with our students in audible form for several reasons. And I'm quite passionate about podcasts myself. So be mindful of that when I give the message, but I feel the intimacy you get when you are going directly into someone's ears without any other distraction and still have the ability to multitask. I think generationally we're multitaskers. So I listen to podcasts myself. I listen to audiobooks when I'm driving, when I'm exercising, when I'm cleaning the house, and it helps me stay connected. So there's a sense of intimacy that I think educators could use a lot more with podcasts.
That's a great tip. We have a lot of time during our commute doing exercise where we can keep learning, keep growing, and this is a very, very good tip. So I would like to follow a little bit into the podcast, your passion. You have developed something very unique. It's not like a group of WhatsApp or just some Zoom meetings. It's the International Dentist podcast, where you are communicating all the work in your field with patients, with colleagues, with future students. Can you explain us a little bit how difficult it is to create this high quality podcast that you are sharing with us in Instagram? We can follow, for example, you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest. Bringing up something of quality, it's difficult.
Yes.
I'm not gonna trick you and say, let's just jump on it because it's easy. But I'm going to ask you back, is it easy to write a paper, a good paper? Is it easy to get a grant? So there are certain things that are not necessarily easy, but they're very meaningful and they could be impactful, that are not necessarily giving you money. So I'm going to put podcast there because I believe podcast is something that you could do at any level. But if you want to do it at a high quality level, it will require some training. Yet, I could tell you what my experience was. 2020, we all got locked down, right? So nobody got exempt for this. We had a choice of what to do with our time. If we have time in our hands, of course, those that have children in the house at a different environment, we still had a choice. So my choice was to be trained on podcasting. So I took some online courses. At the beginning, I didn't know if I could do this for sure. So I didn't want to pay for it, to be honest. Free courses here and there. When I felt like I could jump in, I pay a little bit and I got a very good training. And then from there, I've been learning. So every season gets better. And as you do in anything you do in your work, right? So if you look at your first paper, you're like, oh, I wish I could just go back and rewrite this, which you can now. If you want to write a blog about your paper, then you can bring that information again in a way that is meaningful. But that being said, it doesn't need to be perfect. You just need to get the message out there, and it forces your communication skills to a different level. I have to listen to my voice a ridiculous amount of hours, to the point that I became aware of every filler word I used, every problem in my communication. I'm not a native speaker of English. Spanish is my first language. So it forced me to work in all of my weaknesses in communication. So those were unintended benefits. I didn't think podcast will give me that, but it did. And so it put me also in a place of communicating a message that I felt I was communicating already in Instagram, in my WhatsApp groups, with my friends and colleagues, but it could have a major impact. So in less than 6 months, the podcast have like 5,000 downloads all over the world in 48 countries. So even though I did not expect that, I didn't think that the message of the career paths of a dentist in the US was something people wanted to know about, it was actually something that it became powerful for others. So find your message, identify what is the emotion. And I feel that Dr. Paez, at the beginning of his presentation, he says, select the emotion. I felt the emotion for his presentation was inspiration. I hope the emotion of my presentation is creativity. I want you to think about out of the box. I know my presentation title is Toolbox, but actually I should say just tools, because I want no box at all in your thinking. I want no box in your teaching, and I want no box in your learning, because only that way we can grow.
I will add into the creativity, I will add empathy, because you know how the people is struggling in your position, academics who need to teach, who need to move out of the comfort zone, how difficult it is to engage the students. So thank you for your creativity. Thank you for your empathy. Thank you for inspiring us today, Gabi. It's a pleasure having you. And now I'm going to give the floor to my colleague, Daniel Mourinho. He has been organizing this mini symposium with us from the beginning. Thank you, Daniel, for all of your efforts. He is from University of Valladolid, and he's going to introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, Daniel, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zafira, for your introduction. I'm the Deputy Director of the Doctoral School of the University of Valladolid, and I want to welcome everyone around the world to this exciting event. I'm very thrilled with the presentation that we have listening to. Before the next section, I would like to introduce you the third section of this event is dedicated to writing communication. And we will have two brilliant speakers. The first one is Dr. Yolanda Alvarez, who is a project manager in the University College of Dublin in Ireland. I will read a short bio of Yolanda after a PhD in molecular phylogenetics and 10 years of postdoctoral research in developmental biology. Dr. Yolanda Alvarez left the bench to work as proposal writing coordination and project manager of EU grants. Her main role is to create and manage international multi-sectoral consortia, especially in the area of biomedicine. Currently, Yolanda is the project manager of two Horizon 2020 RISE MSCA projects, with the names 3D Neonet and Crystal 3. And she's working with 22 partners located in 8 different countries. And these projects are focused on the acceleration of therapies for cancer and incurable eye disease. So I think that she is the perfect person to talk about grant writing, that for us researchers that are in academia or in the industry is very important, because our work depends on getting funds. So I think that Yolanda will give us very useful tips and tools to master in this area so important to us. So Yolanda, I give the floor to you, so please amaze us.
Thank you very much, Daniel, and thanks to the just sorry 1 second. Yeah, thanks to the organizers because well, for the presentation and for the opportunity to join this this workshop that I am just finding amazing. I love the previous talks and I am looking forward to the next. So it's an honor for me really to be among these speakers. And I hope that I can bring also something useful to the meeting with my talk that I'm going to present now about grants writing. So first of all, sorry. Why a talk like this is needed in such a mini symposium, a talk about grants writing? So as Daniel was mentioning, like we need funding to do research, and I would like to ask to all the audience if you have felt like this guy on the screen at any moment. And I am sure that it doesn't matter if you are a student or a professor, that if you have at any time tried to apply for some funding to any agency, you have felt like this person on the car at some stage. So what I want with this presentation is to try to convince you that it's worth it just driving further, despite all these scary road signs there that are trying to stop you and not proceed any longer. So I wanted to show you this slide about me and my career pathway, not to be talking about me and boring you, but this is just to explain you that I really didn't start my career thinking I'm going to be a project manager and to write grants. So I am a biologist. I really love biology. I like very much reading and writing also. But I was like following the typical pathway, or like, let's say like the most common pathway of doing my degree, my PhD, a postdoc, a second postdoc. Then I had a quite long career break, like almost 2 years, because I had a son, which doesn't mean that I didn't have any job, because as you know, that's a full-time job actually. And then when I was trying to go back to work, to the lab, in 2012, I started writing grants to get my own funding. And with the first big European grant that we managed to, that was an FP7 at that moment, an FP7 grant that we managed to obtain, I couldn't take any other job in that grant that I had written, but the project manager. So that's how I accidentally became a project manager. And after that, we started like writing more grants, and I started coordinating more grants that we were writing. And this is like a snowball. You start doing that, you get better in doing that, and then more grants are funding. And at the end, I became what I am now, that I am a project manager and a grant writer coordinator. What I'm going to talk about in the next minutes, just these 3 topics, a little bit about project management, just a couple of slides, and I'll explain you why. Then most of my presentation is about grant writing tips that have worked for me and that I would like to share with all of you. And then I want to wrap up my presentation with my 3 golden rules, that this is like like Jesus was saying in his talk, no, that the take-home message that I would like you to take from my presentation to bring home if you decide to apply for some funding. So first of all, talking about the project management basics, this is, as I was explaining you, that I really became a project manager by accident. But after that, I learned how extremely important is actually project management for everything, not only for research projects, but for any activity or any plan that you endeavor in life or at work. So writing a proposal is actually like a small project itself, where the main goal, the objective, is the submission of the proposal. So like for any other large consortium or for a PhD project, you will have to plan the activity, organize, motivate the team and yourself that are writing the proposal, control the resources that you have, keep in mind the deadlines, the procedures and the protocols that you are going to follow. So everything. This is actually, so project management is fundamental when you want to write a proposal. But looking like at the broader picture to the whole project, the whole research project, if you look at any manual about project management, you will see these phases of any project, no? The initiation, the planning, the monitoring, the execution, and the closing. The grant management, the grant proposal writing is actually like taking these two very first steps of the project, the initiation and the planning and design. That's actually your grant proposal writing. Which is the most important part of the project? So that's a tricky question, because actually all the parts of the project are very important. But like if you compare your grant proposal writing with, imagine a trip that you are planning with your friends or with your partner or your family, this is actually quite similar. Like the problems, most of the problems happens when you are actually executing the project. So when you are doing that travel, then you realize that you forgot, I don't know, to get your visa or something that you forgot to put into your suitcase or whatever. But the problem was originated much earlier at this initiation stage, at this planning stage. What is that? That's the grant proposal stage. So that's just to highlight that for the success of the project, you actually need to be very aware of how important is the grant proposal writing. Because if not, you can be in that situation like these guys there in the cartoon, know that you have the good news that your project is funded, but the bad news is that you actually have to implement the project. So this is something that it's very important for you to keep in mind. And now we are going to go to the grant writing part of the talk, and I'm going to just walk through different phases or stages, as you want to call them, that you will go through when you write a grant. So the first one that I like to call phase 0, because that's not even part of the grant proposal yet, but it's very important for it, is the idea, the selection of the idea, the generation of the idea that you are going to include in your grant proposal. As you may know, there are two main types of grants. The bottom-up grants, those mean that there is like no predetermined topic. You can just, it's free topic. You can prepare your grant proposal about anything you wish. And then the topic specific driven. So these are the specific calls that are just to tackle like very specific items, like a very specific form of cancer or development of a very specific type of energy or whatever. You may think that depending on which kind of call you are approaching, the way that you have to choose the idea that you are going to bring into the proposal is different. But I want to convince you that it's actually the same. In my experience, after all these almost 10 years working as a grant writer, I have seen that many times the idea for the project, it's coming like this that I am showing on the slide. So it is more like, hey, Yolanda, this call is amazing. We have to find some research idea and prepare a proposal for this call. And in my experience, this doesn't work. Or even if it works, it doesn't work so well. And it will be a situation, as I was explaining in the other slide, that then you will realize that there are a lot of problems when you are actually implementing the project, because that was not your idea. From my experience, I think it's much better that the idea appears in this other way. We, as a team, like a research team, we say, we have an amazing idea. Now let's find a suitable call where we can prepare a proposal with this idea. This is much more successful way, and even if it takes longer and you cannot submit a proposal immediately and you have to wait for the proper call or the proper opportunity to arise, but you have much more likelihood to be successful if you go like that. Then how to find that funding that you are going to, the funding agency and the call that you are going to apply for. So like now, many colleagues and friends that know that I am writing on this, they ask me, hey, Yolanda, you are working on grant writing. Tell me which grants can we apply for? And I always say, like, the funding agencies is really like a universe. It's like universe. So you cannot have like a vast knowledge of the whole universe. It is just, it's impossible. And it's also like not efficient. It is much better to just explore and focus on some program that you think that is going to be worth it for the idea of research that you want to prepare the proposal about, and then become an expert on this. And I just have prepared this comparison so you understand what I mean. Like with at the moment, the program that I am more expert with is the Marie Sklodowska-Curie program in Horizon Europe now. So in this comparison, the Horizon Europe would be just like one cluster of galaxies, and the Marie Curie fellowships would be one planetary system on that galaxies. Like now, you have already, imagine that you have already found a suitable program for your grant and for your proposal and a funding agency. So you have clear which is the program that you are going to apply for. And you think, I can start writing already my proposal. The answer is no. There is a lot of work that you will have to do before you actually start writing your proposal. The first you have to do is to take the time to study the guidelines and to understand the scope of the call. Really make sure that this is going to be feasible for you to write this project, because you are addressing the scope of the call, but also because you have the capacity, the ability, the resources, like everything is suitable. If not, you will have to go back and find a different proposal, a different funding program opportunity. Then you have to write down all your thoughts, all your ideas on how you are going to translate that research idea that you have on a proposal for that topic on a white paper. And just don't be scared of writing nonsense. This is kind of a brainstorm idea. Just write everything. When you have written everything, you tidy up a little bit and you prepare a one-page draft, lay draft. And this is something that a kid would be able to understand. And this is in line, this is very interesting because this is in line with what former speakers have been saying, that this is very important that we are able to communicate broadly science and that we can make science and our grant idea, our research idea, understandable by the reviewers. So after that, it will come the writing phase itself. So you will start writing your proposal. What is the first thing that you have already, just going back one step, you have already chosen the right program that you are going to apply for, studied all the guidelines, know the scope, know you have the resources, have a plan for your research proposal writing. What is the next thing that you should think about? You should think about the evaluators. And this is again a little bit what other speakers were saying. This is your audience here, the evaluators. And I am sure you can just do some research and find out which kind of reviewers, how many reviewers will you have? Will you have only scientific reviewers? This is not the case for all agencies. I would say you will for sure have a public representation. If you are working in biomedicine, if it's my case, you will have also patients representation, policymakers. So just think which is going to be your public here. And you will have probably a representation of in your head that there will be nice people that will love your project, some other that will be more neutral, and some other reviewers that will be very mean. But actually, like all of them, regardless which group they are coming from, will be more something like this one that I am showing here. And I tell you, because I have been there in the other side now, also reviewing some grants, not European grants, but some Irish grants. And this is the other side of the story. The evaluator has actually like 20, 25 or even more, depending on the program, projects that they have to just review and give feedback within a very brief number of days. And this is just stressing and boring. This is your first feeling. So what are they going to be asking to the evaluators? And this is going to be in any kind of grant program that you are trying to write your proposal for. There will be a criteria of valuation. And I just have put here an example of the programs that I am more often working with, the Marie Sklodowska-Curie. And this is actually for all the Horizon Europe grants. There are like three main sections that you have to address: the excellence, the impact, and the quality and efficiency of the implementation. And there is a number of items that are like highlighted, for each of the different sections. You have to make sure that you are going to address all these sections that are on the guidelines. And you have to keep in mind that what the funding agency is going to ask to the evaluators is that they check that you have addressed all these points that are highlighted on the guidelines. So like now I'm sharing here like a couple of slides of very practical, but I think extremely important tips. I also hate like very wordy slides, but because I know that this is being recorded and that I will be able to share with you this presentation, I just prefer to write down all these tips because I think all of them are very important. So the first one is the most important actually at all. Once that you are at this stage is a start. That means you don't have a white paper, a blank paper anymore. Just don't be scared and start. Have something, a very rough draft, something that you can share with the rest of the team and say, here is the first draft of ideas. Let's go and work with it, even if it's just like the skeleton of words on the guidelines. And that comes my second advice, that it's remember that this is a teamwork. So this is like, even if it's just an individual fellowship, you will need support and you will need a team that helps you, because you will not be able to be an expert in all the sections that you are preparing. So Get breaks and help, that's very important. Keep the deadline in mind. Assign that, especially for big grants, that comes the project management again, where you have to be able to assign sections to the right persons with the right expertise. The plagiarism, this is very important. Plain English, avoid jargon, and that comes down also again to what other speakers were mentioning. We, the scientists, many times want to show up that we know very much about our field, and we just cannot avoid, and we use jargon, and then not even lay public, other people in the same, that are not in the same field as we are, they are like, what the hell are you talking about? So that's very important. The final draft, get the final draft review. That's very important by peers, but also by people that are not experts on the field. Like if you can get help from friends or your parents or your offspring, just get some feedback from people that are not experts on the field. So making sure about the format, we will get back a little bit more about that in a moment. Make sure that you have addressed all sections in the that you have in the guidelines. And then there are, if you look in the internet, you can find information about these 3 things for grant, and I think that is general writing. That is the clear, concise, and compelling. So just keep in mind that this is very important. But like probably the most important advice for me that I can share in terms of like writing, this is something that I took a course like some years ago about grant proposal writing. And I remember that we were doing like a lot of practical exercises about the first page of the grant and the abstract and the summary. And then when I was reviewing the grants, I understood this. This is really the first page goal. You need to make the evaluator fall in love with your proposal on the first page. Just want to know, you need to make them excited. You need to make them, they want to know more about your project, not just get bored and put it on the pile of whatever, another one. How do you do that? How are you able to make the evaluators fall in love with your proposal on the first page? You have to dress up your proposal, your first page, the same as you would dress up yourself for going to a first date, and cause the best impression that possible. How do you do that in practice? You have to think as soon as possible, and to answer as soon as possible on that first page of the questions that the evaluators will ask themselves when they start reading your proposal. So you have like to be faster than them. They are asking in their heads and you are putting the answers there. So you have to tell them very clearly which is the problem that you are, the unanswered question, or what are you addressing with the proposal? Is this a real interest or just an excuse that you are just making up to get some money? You have to tell them also what have been done in the past, because they will looking for that. They will be looking for that information for sure. You have to prove that it's feasible and realistic, just explain why in a couple of sentences, and also why your project is special. So with all this, you want to swap this board reviewer that is just screening through a lot of projects to the engaged reviewer that wants to know more and read your proposal in depth. Other like practical, very important tips for this: an executive summary. Most of the proposal applications, they ask you for an abstract, but in many cases, the abstract goes actually like not in the main body of that's at least, for instance, in the Horizon Europe proposals. So even if they don't ask for, like still on the first page, I 100% recommend that you just include the first paragraph that is an executive summary of your project. And this has to be a sexy abstract, something that the reviewers read and they want to go ahead and find out more. Include visual information. This has been mentioned already, how important are the figures, the tables, the diagrams, everything. But every figure that you include needs to have a message. This cannot be like when my son is doing the homework, that sometimes they are asking him for some kind of image and he just puts there whatever. No, that doesn't work like that. Every image has to be really meaningful and has like a sense to be included in the proposal, especially your first figure that has to be on that first page to engage the evaluators. Actually, there is this concept of the graphical abstract, that it's like a figure that you will include on the first page and in which the evaluator, just by looking at that figure, can have an idea of what is all your project about. And I just wanted to show you here, to share with you some of the visual abstracts from our projects, so you can have an idea of what I mean. So there are different styles and it depends on your like what you like more. But for instance, there on the bottom right, this was for a project that was addressing like different rare diseases in the eye. So you can see the puzzle with like the different pieces that are sticking there. So this is actually like a visual concept, no, that is conveying what it's going to be the whole project about. Or like this other one on the left, that this is for crystal cube that Daniel was mentioning. So how we are focusing on a signaling pathway that is affecting all these different very serious diseases that are like represented all around the center of the figure. Just going on with the format. And this is again, just for you really to read and to go to reflect on these advices that I'm trying to give here, these tips. Make sure that the format is correct, that's very important. And I will show you now later an example so you know what I mean. The index and the abstract again, like even if it's not needed, I recommend the abstract. Think about your audience, your evaluators. Make sure that it's like easy and nice to read. This is like the format again. Use colors and shadows. That's very important to just bring attention to the most important aspects of the sentence, and very important for fast scanning, like of the proposal. And you shouldn't stop asking yourself all the time, like when you are reading and reading and rereading your proposal, for every paragraph, you think, does this really need to be here? Is this really necessary? And if you are not sure, you just remove it. And in summary, you have to make the life of your evaluators easy. And then I have this image of that book on the bottom of the slide. There are, I think the first edition is from like 2004 or 2009. There are like loads of edition already. That's actually for websites, but it gives like a lot of very interesting, very useful tips on how like how people are just like how you first kind of read like from top to bottom and from left to right, the colors that are like better for the illustrations, like, and things that really like, and especially like people that work in science like I do, and we are not expert in graphic designs, are really useful, are a big help. So, and now going back to the format in relation to the evaluation criteria, if you remember this table that I was showing at the beginning, that for every different call will be different, it is very important that we format our proposal like following the evaluation criteria. There can be like for the Horizon 2020, there are templates, but in these templates, there are only like the main headings of like each of the sections that I was showing. And actually, what you have to do, and this is what I'm trying to show you here, when you go to the explanation of the guidelines, you will see a breakdown of the different things that you have to address in each of the parts of the proposal. So you really need to include, and this is what I'm trying to highlight here, one subheading addressing one of these things that are highlighted in the guidelines. Why? Because the evaluators are going to be given a list, a tick-off list, and they will have to check that you have addressed all these items. So with this, you are just making the life of your evaluators easier. And the format, here I just wanted to give you another example that, just visual example, that relevance is really important. It is not the same for an evaluator. This is exactly the same test, but on the left, there is no formatting, everything is just pasted there. And on the right, it is format. This is like a very, how can I say, like a very boring and tough part of these kind of proposals, where you have to explain one by one all the exchanges that you are going to do between the different partners of the consortium. So there is really like a very, or at least we have not found like other more like lighter or nicer ways to explain this. But at least for the evaluator, it will be much more easier if you have like formatted properly and given some colors and highlighting which is the sending institution, the host institution, things like that. So format is really important. Now moving forward, we are going to talk just a couple of very basic slides about the budget of the grant. And this is just to what I want to convince you with these two slides is that the budget is actually one of the very important things that can go wrong at the beginning of the project. If you remember what I was saying at the beginning of my talk, if you don't calculate the budget properly, that will make it the project fund, but then that can make the project fail if you don't have enough funds. So this is something like giving tips about the budget is very complicated because the budgeting, the rules, the costs, the categories are very diverse depending on the funding agency and the grant program. So this is something that you will really need to study carefully when you are like in these first steps before writing the grant, that you have to really study all the conditions. In our case, working with European grants, I am quite happy that they are all based in unit costs, which make everything much easier to calculate and to estimate. Again, you have to make sure that your budget is going to cover the work as proposed. So don't overestimate, because it will not be funded and the reviewers will notice very quickly, but don't underestimate, because then the reviewers will also most probably notice, but your project will fail because of the budget shortage, and that's very important. And the best tip from my experience that I can give you here is that if you are not, as I was not when I started working on this, you get familiar, trained, study Excel or a similar like a platform or program to work with finances, like spreadsheets, because they have endless utilities. They will just make your life easy, not only for finances, but for everything. So any time that you, or like book that you can read or time that you can spend on training on this is really worth it. Then I wanted to give you here like these 5 budget for dummies in 5 steps. That's very silly and basic slide, but it is also something that we have to, that is universal for any kind of funding that you want to apply. So even like if you want to prepare, like as I said, a personal project that you are preparing, first is just list your activities, the ones that you want to do in the project, and then you have to map them to the different categories that the program that you want to apply is funding. So you need to list the consumables. So what do you want to do? You need also, if you need some equipment, you also have to take into consideration who is going to do it. So like the staff costs, everything. And then you have to prepare one of these spreadsheets with all the rough costs that you estimate you need are going to need for the project. Then after checking that this is like eligible costs that you are including in the projects, because you may need to buy a piece of equipment, but if the grant is not covering equipment, then you will have to find a way to cover the cost of that equipment that you need for the project, if you understand what I mean. You cost everything on your list, you put it on the spreadsheet, and then you have to justify each of the items, each of the rows on your spread list, and just make sure that this budget makes sense and is going to cover, as I said, the activities of your project as they are, not underestimate, not overestimate. And we are getting now to the final step here of the grant proposal writing, that it is very important not to forget, that is the submission. Because we are many times focused on all the grant proposal writing, and then we may fail in the submission step, which is really terrible. So 4 very important things for me at the submission stage. The final check for coherence throughout the proposal, everything, the format, so the style, the labels, the font size, but also the writing, because it usually happens that the grant proposals have been written by different people. Then the pieces are stuck together, and even if there is one person editing everything, you need some external help to spot those places in which you actually realize that there are 2 different people writing the proposal, 2 different persons doing that. If possible, and that's really something that I recommend, is to do a test submission. The EU Commission allows that. I know that some platforms, once that you submit, you cannot resubmit, but if you can, and even if you don't have your very final proposal that you are happy with, just try to do a test submission in advance, a couple of days before the deadline. You will have last-minute insecurity and last-minute thoughts of what a terrible thing I'm going to submit. Just don't listen to yourself and even submit, do the submission. And that's very important. Even if you don't get the funding, you will receive the feedback. And that's actually like very important, like a learning exercise to be better next time in the resubmission or to prepare another project. So in any case, do the submission. And then, and this is something that you should think before getting to this final step, think about something that you will reward yourself when you achieve the submission goal. Like, I don't know, go on small travel or get a dinner or buy something or just celebrate. This is very important that you give yourself this reward, that you have achieved this submission. And just to finalize, I'm now leaving here my 3 golden rules that I would like to, as I said, to share with you as a take-home message if you want to write a grant. The first one that I call the no fear, no mercy. This means you have to write without any fear. And this I have to tell myself all the time when I am writing. I am not native speaker. And sometimes I think this that I'm writing is terrible, but I don't care. I just write it. I will try to make it, to just polish it afterwards. And I'm sure I will get help from some native speaker to get it polished. Just have no fear when you are writing, and then no mercy when you are editing. Get rid of all the things that are unnecessary, just without any mercy. The rule number 2, and this is really, I think, very important, more than the first perhaps, is be unique. And that means that if you spot any paragraph in your, and you should be asking this yourself when you go to this, through this final check, and to when you read what you have written, if you spot a paragraph that you think that it actually could be found in a different proposal, that it's not something that is just unique to your proposal, it is probably unnecessary and you can get rid of it. There could be like some exception that you have to acknowledge, I don't know, funding, or like a state that you have your ethics in place, your ethics documentation in place. But in general, like the idea is to just get rid of all this blurred, unnecessary information that you are putting on the proposal. And the last one, and this comes back to what I was explaining before in the talk, make sure that your proposal is tackling and highlighting all the headings and subheadings that you have on the guidelines. This is absolutely important. I have seen in my experience how a proposal have failed because our proposals or other people's proposals have failed because, okay, you just have one heading and some subheadings explaining, but you have been like free writing there. And the evaluators, as I explained, they are going to have this checklist where they have to say, has this person talked about this and about this and about that? So this is very important that you really, in your final version of the proposal, have the same headings and subheadings as you had in the general guidelines. And this is just to finalize the resources that I recommend. There are like a whole world, like the whole universe of resources for grant writing out there. Again, I have to recommend this page that most of the resources, there are some parts that you need to have a login of University College Dublin, but most of them are open and they are brilliant. They guide you through step by step. And this is the team of UCD Research that are great. And I can only recommend to just scan through this webpage because you will find a lot of useful information. And then this other book that I have highlighted here, that it's actually linked to the second link. It's to the second link that I am showing on the slide. That I read this book like 5 years ago. I think that there are like now new, also like more updated editions. And this is really simple, really easy to read. And it has loads of lovely and very funny cartoons, like most of the cartoons that I was showing in the presentation belong to this one. And you don't have to buy the book if you don't want, because if you just go to this second link here on the slide, that is, as I said, is the same people that wrote the book, you will find there like loads of useful information and more additional resources. And yeah, I cannot recommend enough this book. I think it's really great if you want to write a proposal. And I'm going to finish here. So saying thanks again to all of you for your attention. Thank you to the organizers. And really, I don't know, I hope that I managed to convince you a little bit not to be so scared of grant writing. And of course, if any of you want to, I have stuck my email there. If any of you wants to send me a message at some stage, I will be delighted to get in touch with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yolanda. Yes, I learned so much with you. Although we have experience at Infi also reviewing grants, this is wonderful. And I would like to encourage everybody to follow every single tip that you were sharing with us. Also when they apply to our fellowships or to our Shark Tank, because that applies to everything related to grants. There are a lot of messages in the in the chat. Please remember to send them through the Q&A. It will be more easy to focus on that chat. Everybody saying thank you. This is super nice, super helpful, very useful information. But we have also questions. Can Can you put some light on motivation letters for the grant proposals? How personal can be a motivation letter?
I assume the motivation letters, like this would be the same advice that I would give, like I have been asked to write motivation letters for some colleges or students, and it's a little bit like the tip that I was saying at the end. It has to be unique and it has to be personal. This is to me the most important. It is better a letter that has 3 lines, but that you really say that that you have, you know, this is written for this person because you really want to support this person. If it's not a person, it can be like you want to bring this institution into the consortium or whatever. And I will give you an example. Like we were hiring somebody in the university in UCD, and we got a letter of recommendation for this person that we were laughing, and we actually said this is the best letter ever. And this was just 3 lines, and it was like this person XYZ has asked me to write a support letter for her, and I'm sorry, but I'm not going to do it. And I will say that she's terrible because I don't want to lose this person in my lab. So that was brilliant, actually. You know, this is an example, and that was really like 3 lines, but that made like, okay, you don't need to write like again, like 3 pages letters explaining like things that you are just copying and pasting and just changing a little bit. No. So that's I don't know, the advice that comes to mind.
That's a great advice. Daniel, do you have any questions? You had to, you're on mute.
Well, I have some comments. I think the presentation of Yolanda is very well aligned with the 2 previous presentations, because Yolanda, for example, has told us that we have to investigate about the possible reviewers, so we have to adapt to the audience. I think Gabriela also told us that we have, when we are writing, to revise, to review again the document. So I think that is also very important, because if the the grant proposal is teamwork, it means that someone is writing the proposal and other members of the team are reviewing the proposal. So how important is, my question is, how important is the teamwork, and how important is also to start writing the grant at the beginning of the call, not at the last week before the submission date, etc.
Yeah, the teamwork, Daniel, is, I try to highlight that all throughout the presentation, is absolutely important. You cannot do that alone. You are not going to be, and especially like calls are like European calls, all the areas that you have to address, is impossible that just a small number of people or a single person is able to address all that. So, and you really have to work as a team, as you said. One is just write like a very basic draft, then the other one builds up on that draft. Other part of the team that are better with the graphic design, they are working on doing the figures. Some others are trying to get engaged new partners that you may need for the consortium. So it is like a perfect definition of teamwork. And even if you are just writing, I don't know, like an individual grant that you, like a postdoctoral grant or like a PhD grant, you need a team. You need your PI, you need your peers, your colleagues in the lab to help you to give feedback. So absolutely important, the team part. And the leaving everything for the last minute. Of course, there will be, and this is something that is for another day, I guess, like time management and project management and everything. There will be last minute things. There will be very urgent, important things that will be happening. You will, if you just think, okay, I leave everything for the last moment, for the last week, you will not be able to prepare a decent proposal, because this is just building, as I was saying, like writing without fear and editing without mercy. You have to destroy and to build again. And for that, you need time, you know, so you really need to.
That is really helpful. Before we move to the next talk, Christine, I want to ask you the favor to share the links with us in the chat, and also ask you the last question, because most probably a lot of people following us have applied for a grant and they receive like a very good feedback from their grants, like this is an amazing idea. Unfortunately, you are very young, PI, you don't have too much experience and publications in the field. What are your recommendations in that case for the team?
I was going to include about, but I was like, no, I will not, because if not, it will never end. But I was going to include a slide about like how to take the feedback and like the process. And I actually, but I thought, okay, this is not part of the grant proposal writing, but it is actually, it is, because this is part of the cycle. And I think you have to, and I've been there so many times, you have to go, it's like phases, like when you just something bad happens to you in life, you will have to go through the phases. So first you will have anger, you will have denial, like something went wrong. These people didn't understand my proposal. Why did it happen? Or I don't know, something else must have got this grant because they had like some favor. And then you will be angry, like I will not write the grant again. I will don't do, this is a waste of time. And why do the, but then you just have to kind of observe yourself from outside and just let yourself go through all these phases, and it will, I tell you, it will come again. And you actually need to use as gold that advice that you got on the feedback and use for your next proposal, and it will be better. And at the end, you will get perhaps in a different program, but keep on trying. So go through the phases and keep on trying and get help. And I will share now all the links here in the chat, of course.
Thank you, Yolanda. I think that we can close this presentation just saying, don't give up, keep trying.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you very much.
All of the feedback. Thank you to you, Yolanda, for these amazing tips.
Bye. Thank you.
So we have our next speaker connected. I'm very happy to present Professor Christine Sinani. She is an associate professor at Stanford University and a health and science writer. After receiving an MS in statistics and a PhD in epidemiology from Stanford University, she studied science writing at the University of California, Santa Cruz. She has taught statistics and writing at Stanford for more than a decade and has received several excellence in teaching awards from the graduate program in epidemiology. Dr. Sinani writes about science and health for a range of audiences. She authored the health column Body News for Allure magazine for a decade, and she is also the statistical editor for the journal Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation. So now Dr. Sinani is also the perfect person to talk about paper writing. So please, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Thanks, Daniel, for the introduction. I'm just going to share my screen here. Let me know if anybody has any trouble seeing the screen. So yeah, I'm going to talk about writing papers. I'm going to focus largely on the language that you choose in your papers. As I'm going to show you, a lot of the scientific literature, unfortunately, is not written well, and I think all of you can do a better job. So I'm going to start with some examples that I pulled from actual papers that are published in good journals in the literature, and I'm going to read through them. And what I'd like you to do is just kind of pay attention to what you notice about the qualities of the writing. So this one's about napping, which I like this subject because everybody understands napping. So if you have trouble understanding this, it's not because you don't understand the subject. It says considerable attention has been paid to napping as an effective countermeasure for arousal decline and for improving cognitive performances. The previous literature has demonstrated that naps less than 30 minutes undermine the deleterious impacts of sleep deprivation that affects arousal and performances. It has also been reported that naps enhance arousal levels even when the quality and the quantity of the previous nocturnal sleep are adequate. It would be of interest to mention that the differences in results found in previous researches depend on the diversity of factors that determine the benefits acquired when taking short naps. Indeed, factors like the quality of prior nocturnal sleep, sleep architecture, and temporal placements of the nap during the day may determine the extent of benefits gained through short naps. So I think you can hear when I read that out loud just how wordy and convoluted that is. And again, it's about napping. So it's not, if you're having trouble understanding that, it's not that there's something wrong with you as the reader. This is a subject we all know and understand. The problem is that the writing is overly complex, it's needlessly complicated. So just to show you how we ought to write in science, I translated this into something shorter. So I would rewrite this as short naps improve alertness and cognitive performance in individuals who are sleep deprived, as well as those with adequate nightly sleep. However, the extent of the benefits may vary depending on factors such as the quality of the prior night's sleep and nap timing. So I think I've encapsulated everything that was in that original, but gotten rid of all the clutter, made it clear and easy to understand. My favorite part of this example is the temporal placements of the nap during the day, because that's a really fancy way of just saying nap timing. And I think when we go to write in science, sometimes we're, especially young scientists, you're a little intimidated. You're worried about sounding like you know what you're talking about and that you know all the vocabulary. So sometimes there's a temptation to put in all these big words and make it sound fancy and hard and complicated. But this is just napping. Make it easy on your reader. I love what Yolanda was talking about with not boring your reader and not confusing your reader. I want to keep it simple and clear. All right, here's another one of my favorite examples, again from a published paper in a good journal. It says, lettuce is highly appreciated for its nutritional properties. However, microbial contamination through the food chain and its raw consumption may jeopardize these known benefits to the diet. The objective of this study was to determine the role of the consumer at the stage of washing at home in relation to the probability of illness due to the presence of listeria in lettuce. So again, if you sit back and think about this one for a minute, lettuce is highly appreciated for its nutritional property. What are we trying to say there? We're just trying to say lettuce is nutritious, right? So why all the extra words? Why are we putting in so many extra words? So this one we could translate to raw lettuce is nutritious, but it can be contaminated with disease-causing microbes. We tested the ability of several at-home washing methods to remove listeria from lettuce. That was the whole point of this study. So this actually came from their introduction section where they're trying to say what they did. All they did was they tested different at-home washing methods, but it's hard to get that from the original. So these examples share some qualities. They are hard to understand. They are boring to read, and we don't think about this as scientists when we sit down to write papers. We don't often think about, gee, I don't want to bore my reader, but wouldn't it be great if every scientist who was sitting down to write actively tried not to bore their readers? Because I don't know about you, but I have a stack of papers that I need to review. They always pile up and, you know, I'm like, oh, the deadlines are coming quickly. And I'm kind of dreading having to read those papers because I know they're going to be boring because they are written in this very dull and convoluted style. So think about your reader on the other end. Try to make your paper not boring. These examples are also needlessly complex and wordy, right? Lots of extra words, the temporal placement of the nap during the day rather than just saying nap timing. They use gratuitous jargon, like why do we need all this extra jargon for something simple like napping or lettuce? They use big words to describe small ideas, and there's a lot of words that really don't even say anything. It's just words that are hanging out there and they have no purpose. And so why put them in? And this is the kind of writing that we want to avoid in science. Unfortunately, I think when you read the scientific literature, you end up thinking that this is the way you're supposed to write in science, right? Especially young scientists, you read the literature, you want to emulate what you see in published papers. But unfortunately, a lot of published papers are like this. You don't want to write in this style. So you don't want to follow what you see in the literature. All right. So what I'm going to talk about today, to try to help you write better papers, are two very simple principles of effective writing. And these are things that are not hard to learn. They're not hard to master, but they take some amount of practice, right? It's the kind of thing that if you're not taught this and you haven't had any practice on this, it can be very easy, especially on a first draft, to have a lot of clutter in your writing. So you want to learn to go back, and as Yolanda said, to edit without mercy. I like that phrase. To get rid of all of that extra clutter. It's okay if it sneaks in on a first draft, no big deal, but you've got to go back and cut it out. And then the English language really runs on verbs. And so the other key tip when writing in English is to make sure that you're all my verbs, and I'm going to actually make sure that my verbs are zippy and strong. Oops, and I see I'm having a little bit of trouble with my internet. It's gone in and out a little bit today, but hopefully I'm back now. I see that maybe my internet had a little trouble. Apologies for that. I'm not actually, it's a Saturday for me, so I'm not actually at home and my internet has been a little spotty, but hopefully it'll hold up. All right, so we're going to just do a little practice cutting clutter. So I put up a sentence here. This is a real sentence that I was editing a few years ago. And it's just a really good illustration of all the clutter that you can find in sentences. So follow along with me. I'm going to go through word by word and just point out all the clutter that you can cut. So it starts, let me read it through first. So this paper provides a review of the basic tenets of cancer epidemiology study design, using as a
Unfortunately, it seems that we are losing Christine with the internet instability. Perhaps we can pause here her presentation, and if the stability comes back, we can keep going with her talk. Christine, can you hear us?
Like I said, sorry, the internet seems to be a bit unstable here, but it was working through most of Yolanda's talk, so hopefully that it will be the only blip.
Okay.
And I will get back. Sorry about that. All right, so it starts with, well, first of all, they're just trying to say something simple here, right? They're trying to say, we're going to review cancer epidemiology study design. And so how do you say, why are there all these extra words there? So first thing that I noticed when I was editing this sentence, it starts with, this paper provides a review of, and that's a really long-winded way to say this paper review. So notice that they've stuck in two extra unnecessary words here. There's absolutely no reason to take the nice verb review and turn it into a noun, a review, and pair it with a verb, provide, which is a boring verb. We don't need to do that, just say this paper reviews. And then we get, of the basic tenets of cancer epidemiology study design. So when you read that through the first time, you might think, oh, well, basic tenets, that's important. I want to have that in there. But that's what I call I'll show you in a minute, I call a blobfish. That's like empty words that don't tell you anything. I can't picture basic tenets in my head. So it's not helpful for me if you say basic tenets of, just say cancer epidemiology study design. And then we get this using as examples studies that illustrate. That's very awkward. You could just say using examples that illustrate. Example studies, that's repetitive. We don't need those. And then we get the methodologic challenges. Well, I would argue that since we know we're talking about study design, you can trust that your reader knows that it's methodologic, and that methodologic, again, is this empty word, doesn't add much, get rid of it. And then we get, and demonstrate successful solutions. And the interesting one about this to me is they say we're going to illustrate challenges and we're going to demonstrate successful solutions. Well, illustrate and demonstrate are synonyms. So I always picture the author sitting at the computer saying to themselves, oh, demonstrate, I've used the word illustrate. I want a different word so I don't repeat myself. So they go to the thesaurus and they find the word demonstrate. They go, oh, good, I didn't repeat myself, right? Catch yourself if you're doing that, because a lot of times what the problem is, it's not that you need a synonym, it's that you just don't need the word again. So you don't need the word illustrate here, because you can just say that illustrate challenges and solutions, the and can carry over to solutions, right? The other thing I deleted was successful. So if you step back from it for a minute, and you think successful solutions, well, wait a minute, that's redundant, because I can't have a solution that's not successful. Solution means successful. I can't have an unsuccessful solution. So we don't need any of that. And then I cut the rest of this because difficulties inherent in epidemiologic research is repetitive. I already said we were going to look at challenges. Challenges and difficulties are the same thing. And then epidemiology researcher, well, we already said we're talking about cancer epidemiology study design, which is actually more specific. So I don't need any of the end of that. So how about just this paper reviews cancer epidemiology study design using examples to illustrate specific challenges and solutions. And isn't that nice to just feel like you've kind of stripped it clean? It's kind of like when you clean your house, everything feels really nice. The good thing about cleaning up writing, though, it doesn't go back to being messy, whereas my house always goes back to being messy. All right, let's do one more of these example sentences. So it says, as it is well known, increased athletic activity is associated with a profile of lower cardiovascular risk, lower blood pressure levels, and improved muscular and cardiorespiratory performance. All right, again, you can kind of hear the wordiness when you read this out loud. Always a good tip to read your work out loud. I'm going to go show you all the clutter we can cut. So, as it is well known, do I need that at the beginning of the sentence? Or can I just jump right in and say what's well known? So I'm going to argue that we don't need that little bit at the beginning of the sentence, and we can just get rid of it. How can you tell your reader that something's well known? Just put citations at the end, so we can get rid of that. We can just say increased athletic activity is associated with a profile of lower cardiovascular risk. So think about some words we don't need there. A profile of. Do I need to say that? Again, that's another one of these very general, vague words. Doesn't help me as a reader. So how about we just say increased athletic activity is associated with lower cardiovascular risk. Notice you don't lose any. Then we get lower blood pressure levels. Well, we don't need the word levels, just lower blood pressure. And then my favorite part of this one, the muscular and cardiorespiratory performance. That is a really fancy way of saying fitness. So this is an example where we're trying to make something sound more complicated than it is. If you mean fitness, just say fitness. So this one we can strip down to increased athletic activity is associated with lower cardiovascular risk, lower blood pressure, and improved fitness. Much better. And in this case, I would argue that we can even be more direct. We can't always be more direct in science because this requires a stronger level of evidence. But how about we be direct here and say increased athletic activity lowers cardiovascular risk and blood pressure and improves fitness. That is a much stronger sentence. It of course requires us to all agree that there is a causal relationship between exercise and these health benefits, but I think we have good evidence for that. All right, I want to point out some types of clutter that I want you, as you're reading the literature this week, really think about everywhere you're going to start to notice all this clutter. So one type of clutter that sneaks into a lot of papers is what I call dead weight words and phrases. These are usually at the beginning of the sentence, and they're just like the person had trouble getting started on the sentence, so they didn't know how to start, so they stuck a few words on the beginning. Things like as it is well known. I'll show you some more examples in a minute, but you don't need those. Get rid of them. Empty words and phrases. These are things like basic tenets of or a profile of. They're what we call abstract nouns. They don't add anything for a reader because I can't picture a basic tenet or a profile in my head. It's too general and vague. It doesn't help the reader. Get rid of it. And one of my favorite quotes in writing, William Zinsser wrote a classic writing book, and he says, some words and phrases are blobs. And I just love that description, because the basic tenets of that is very blobby, right? Doesn't help the reader. And a few years back, I discovered there's a creature called a blobfish, which I think is a really good illustration of basic tenets of or a profile of. So I have that picture in my head when I'm writing of the little blobfish. Actually, I'm teaching my kids to write, and whenever they put in abstract, vague writing, like the book was interesting. We call that a blobfish in my house. So watch out for blobfishes in your writing. Watch out also for long words or phrases that could be short. So I was reviewing a paper the other day, and they said they were talking about a theoretical model of potential relationships and processes explaining variation. And I said, the other thing I teach is statistics. So that's just a really fancy way of saying a regression model. So if you mean, a regression model, just say a regression model. Don't elongate, don't add extra words. Watch out for unnecessary jargon like muscular and cardiorespiratory performance, when you can just say fitness. And the other one that I really want to highlight that's driving me crazy as a reviewer of papers right now, I do a lot of statistical review, so I may not be in an area that I'm not familiar with. One of the things that absolutely drives me crazy are acronyms and abbreviations. And I've noticed that more and more scientists are reaching towards, like, if I repeat a word 3 times, I'm going to make an abbreviation up. I'm going to use the abbreviation. And this is really confusing because I am not going to know that abbreviation, and I don't want to have to go back and translate it every time you write that abbreviation. So it might be easier for you as the writer to not have to type out some longer phrase, but as the reader, I want that same phrase repeated over and over again and typed out in words, and I don't want the abbreviation. Watch out for repetition. Sometimes I feel like we think we have to say the same thing 3 different times in order to beat it into the reader's head. You don't. Trust your reader. 1 time is all you need, and get rid of the repetition. And then watch out for adverbs. I like adverbs in speaking. I use a lot of really, but in writing, those you want to get rid of those. You don't need them. So let's go through each one of those types of clutter. I want you to really be on the lookout for them, as you're reading things next week. See how many of these you can pick up. So these deadweight phrases, they are usually at the beginning of the sentence. It is well known. It has also been reported that it would be of interest to mention. We just don't need these. So here's an example. It is important to note that less than 1/2 of the food companies had documented any emergency plans associated with pandemics. And you might think then, what are the unnecessary words here? Well, it is important to note that is extra. We don't need that. So we can just get rid of that. And you might think like, oh, but I want to tell my reader this is important. Well, how are you telling your reader that something is important? The fact that you're writing about it tells your reader that you view this as important. So we just want to get rid of that. At the beginning of the sentence, it's not necessary. And look what happens when I drop it. Fewer than 1/2 of the food companies had documented any pandemic emergency plans. Well, it just gets tighter, right? I don't miss the it is important to know. It's not needed. Just get rid of it. All right, watch out for the blobfishes. So this is from a published paper. This is a great funny sentence. So it says, mental health depends not only on individual characteristics, but also on health determinants, which require an analysis of the influence of the environment on the individual's ability to stay healthy. Well, that is a mouthful of a sentence and also very confusing. The reason this sentence is so hard to read is because it has a lot of blobfishes, a lot of empty words and phrases, individual characteristics, health determinants, an analysis, influence, individual's ability. These are all what we call abstract nouns, or what I like to call blobfishes, because they are very vague, right? Individual characteristics could mean a ton of things, it's not specific. So this makes this sentence hard to read. And what we really want to say, I think, is something like a person's environment influences their mental health. I think that was all that sentence was trying to convey. So let's get rid of everything else. Watch out for long words and phrases that could be shorter. Things like, instead of saying a majority of, just say most. Or I was editing for a student the other day, they had said a set of 160 patients. Well, we can just say 160 patients. Or are of the same opinion, that's just agree. Or due to the fact that, that's just because. Or completely a successful solution, you can't be unanimous if it's not complete, so we don't need the completely. So here's an example. It says the evidence base underpinning the effect is weak. We got some fancy extra words here. So evidence base underpinning. So first of all, instead of saying evidence base, you could just say evidence, right? You don't need evidence base, just say evidence. And then underpinning, that's a big fancy word for just for, the evidence for the effect is weak. So we could edit this one all down to the evidence for the effect is weak. We don't lose anything, but we lose extra words and we make it easier on our reader. Unnecessary jargon. Of course, in science, in scientific writing, you're going to have some jargon. That's unavoidable if you're writing for a scientific audience. But why put in gratuitous jargon, unnecessary jargon, right? For example, that nap one we saw at the beginning, short naps are an effective countermeasure for arousal decline. Okay, effective countermeasure for arousal decline. That is a jargony way of saying that, you know, the naps may improve alertness. So we don't need all the extra there. And then I mentioned the acronyms and abbreviations. So we like to make these up as we go along a lot in science, and they're very distracting for the reader. So I was editing something. In addition, a better understanding of the CAP of swimming pool patrons, especially parents of young children, would enable the development of evidence-based education programs to reduce the likelihood of AFR. There's a lot of other stuff we could edit in this sentence, and reduce the likelihood of an infected person swimming. But I'll just point out that unless you're in this domain, you might not know what CAP and AFR are. And sure, the reader might have defined those earlier in the paper, but keep in mind, me as a reader, I am not reading linearly. I am not reading every word of your paper, and I'm not reading from start to finish. I'm skipping around a lot. And so I may not have seen the part where you define those acronyms or abbreviation. Also, my memory is not that great. Like if I have 15, if you got 15 acronyms or abbreviations running around, even if I read the part where you defined them, I might not remember that by the time I get to the abbreviation in the paper. So my recommendation is to not abbreviate anything except if it's a word that we all use as the acronym or abbreviation in speaking. So like DNA. Everybody says DNA. Nobody says the oxyribonucleic acid. So it's okay to use DNA in your paper. But if you wouldn't say, if there's a word, you wouldn't say, you know, AFR in speaking, in a conversation, then don't abbreviate it in your paper. Err on the side of just writing everything out. Your reader will appreciate it. Repetitive words or phrases. So this says, this is why physical exercise is avoided as far as possible when heat load is heavy, and is scheduled early in the morning or in the evenings when climatic conditions are more favorable. So notice there's a repetition there. We are avoiding exercise when it's hot, which means we are doing exercise when it's cool. That's repetitive. So trust that your reader can make that jump and doesn't need you to say it in two different ways. So you could just say, this is why physical exercise is scheduled when temperature is cooler in the early mornings or evenings. And then watch out for adverbs. Again, I like adverbs in speaking, but in writing, they don't add to the power of your writing, so just get rid of them. And so let me give an example. The present study demonstrates very clearly that EHS occurs mainly within the first hours of exercise. I left the abbreviation in there just to remind you that, of course, probably a lot of you don't know what EHS is. We could guess, but that's distracting, not knowing those words. And then there are two adverbs very clearly. So what happens if I take them out? The present study demonstrates that exertional heat stroke, I've written out the acronym, occurs mainly within the first hours of exercise. The second version is actually stronger. It's stronger without the adverbs. All right. So the last thing I wanted to talk about, the second principle of effective writing, we won't get into all everything we can talk about with verbs, but I wanted to give two tips on verbs. So using active voice and not passive voice, and not turning verbs into nouns. These are two bad habits we have in science. So little review on your grammar, if it's been a while since you've thought about active versus passive voice. But the active voice is things like, she throws the ball. So we've got the person who's doing the action is at the front of the sentence, and then the thing being acted upon is at the end of the sentence. When we turn it into passive voice, we invert that. We say, the ball is thrown by her. So the object of the verb is at the beginning, the thing being thrown, and then the person doing the action is at the end. Now that's awkward. That's not the way we talk in English. And yet a lot of times when we write in science, we slip into that. How can you recognize when you've gone into passive voice? Well, the passive verb always has a form of the verb to be. The is, are, was, were, be, been, or am is connected to the verb, to a verb in the past tense. So that's how you can recognize. Sometimes you can look for that to be verb. And of course, passive verb has to be, the main verb has to be a verb that takes an object. What I mean by that is, if I say she runs, like the activity of running, you can't turn that into passive voice. But if I say she runs the company, now we have an object, company, and I can turn it into passive voice. The company is run by her. Just to remind you what your to-be verbs look like, these are little clues that maybe I've slipped into the passive voice. All right, so here's a sentence. My first visit to Boston will always be remembered by me. I'm from the Boston area originally. That's awkward, right? We wouldn't say that in speaking. My first visit to Boston will always be remembered by me. No, of course not. It's funny. And yet in science, we slip into this. So how do I recognize this as passive voice? Well, first of all, the thing that's being remembered, the object of the verb is at the beginning. And then we get the verb will be remembered. See the to be verb, the will be. And then we get the person doing the remembering, me. I'm at the end of the sentence, which is weird. We can turn that into active voice by flipping it around. I will always remember my first visit to Boston. In science, it can be a little more subtle, a little more hidden. So for example, in this sentence, the activation of calcium channels is induced by the depletion of endoplasmic reticulum calcium stores. Well, you might not recognize right away that that's in the passive voice, but we've got the is induced by, that's your passive verb. Because if you think about it, it's the depletion of the stores that's causing the activation of the calcium channels. So we've got it backwards now. When you turn this into the active voice, you get to drop some extra words. So in the active voice, it would be depleting calcium from the endoplasmic reticulum activates calcium channels. And notice we had two verbs in the original sentence, activation and is induced by, that meant the same thing. When I turned it into active voice, I didn't need those two verbs anymore. I can just say activate. We can talk more about passive versus active voice at the Q&A here, but it's very important to keep in mind that active voice. The last tip on verbs, another bad habit that we have in science is for some reason we love to turn verbs into nouns, and that makes the sentences hard to read. So instead of saying estimate, expand, emphasize, and assess, we say things like obtain an estimate of, has seen an expansion in, provides an emphasis, and takes an assessment of. There's no reason to do this. All we are doing is taking a nice verb on the right and a nice spunky verb and turning them into boring nouns. So estimate becomes an estimate. And then we're pairing it with really weak verbs, obtain, seen, provide, take. Those are boring verbs. So now we got boring verbs and boring nouns instead of a nice active verb. So just catch yourself if you start doing that. All right. I want to leave a few minutes for questions here. So I'll just, my take-home messages. So in my opinion, much of the scientific literature is really gobbledygook. It's very poorly written, actually. The majority of the scientific literature is poorly written. So you don't want to copy what you see out there. You want to do better than this. It's a real problem for science that the scientific literature is poorly written. It means that science doesn't advance as fast as it could, because if I can't understand your paper, how am I going to build on it? It also makes all sorts of problems when it comes to communicating with broader audiences. And it's young scientists who are going to change this. So I'm just telling you that you can all do better than the status quo. I'll just point out a few resources that I have online if you want more practice in the kinds of tips that I talked about today. And again, writing is learned through practice. I have a massive open online course on Coursera called Writing in the Sciences. If you just Google my name and Writing in the Sciences, you'll find it. You can go on there and there's lots of videos about how to write, the specifics of how to write a paper, like the sections of a paper, and just how to clean up your writing, lots of practice. And then the other thing, when you're writing papers, the other thing I teach is in papers, of course, there's almost always a statistics section. And if you're having to analyze your own data or wanting to understand how data are analyzed, I do teach statistics and I have an online program. So again, if you Google my name, Medical Statistics Certificate Program, you can find that on Stanford online. And those are some great resources for if you're getting ready to write papers. All right, I'm going to stop my share now and see if we have a little time for a few questions.
Thank you very much, Christine. This was an amazing presentation, and I'm very happy that at the end we didn't have more problems with the connection.
Yeah, sorry about I was keeping my fingers crossed. It was good except that one minute. Yeah, we did all right.
Yes, and it was an advantage that you were talking so fast. So at the end,
yes, I do speak quite fast.
We are cutting because we had some delay.
I realized we were running a little late, so I didn't want to get you guys 2 behind here.
Yes, thank you very much. So we have time for one question if you want to ask. Here we have one. By the way, you have a lot of thank yous, great talks, very nice presentations. So very impressed. Thank you. So the question is, in scientific writing, is acceptable the use of the first person of singular or plural?
Yes, so yes, it's absolutely okay to use the first person. This is I or we. I write a statistics column and it's me, I'm the only author, so I write I. It felt weird the first time I did it, but in fact, journal editors want you to write in the active voice and they want you to use first person. So if you go to the instructions at Nature and Science, both of those top journals say very explicitly, please use active voice and personal pronouns. And so it's absolutely fine. I know it feels a little weird the first time you do it, but it's absolutely fine.
That's wonderful. Okay, so I think that we are going to leave your presentation, just reminding the people, be direct, be concise, and apply that not only in writing, apply that in your life. Writing emails,
absolutely,
talking to anybody. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks everyone.
All right, so now we are moving with Dr. Alfredo Correll. Alfredo Correll is the Vice Director for Teaching Innovation and Digital Transformation and Professor of Immunology at the University of Valladolid. He has been named like Best University Professor in Spain in 2018 at the Duca Bank Awards, and he devotes part of his time to communicate science. He's the coordinator of the Immunomedia Teaching Innovation Project, a digital dissemination platform in which professors from 6 Spanish and 2 foreign universities participate. In addition, he became popular on social networks thanks to his teaching methods with initiatives such as Immunopills, short videos uploaded to YouTube, in which he explains complex aspects of immunology in a graphic and simple way that was so important now during the pandemic. In his role as a scientific disseminator, he frequently collaborates with different informative television programs, so most probably all of you know from TV, from the national TV in Spain. And it's a great pleasure having you today. Thank you very much for joining us today on Saturday.
Thank you very much, Safira. Thank you to Infage and Daniel for inviting me this afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I'm supposed to show you how do I use TV or how do I work with TV for disseminating sciences. And I would like to show you first how was my sorry, I'm going to share. I have to leave the meeting and go back again to share the screen. Sorry about that.
Don't worry, Alfredo.
Probably not direct.
Yeah. Don't worry. So whereas Alfredo is joining back us, I want to explain a little bit how this mini symposium started. We thought that there was a room for improvement in our communication in Europe, especially where we are not tough in how to communicate properly, how to write more concise. And we were putting together in collaboration with the University of Valladolid, the agenda. We were thinking, what is really needed? What is the feedback that you were leaving to us in the past about what are the topics that you want to learn? So that's why writing down the exit survey is always very important for us to learn what do you want to improve the next year? What do you want to hear about? We started working on grant writings, paper writings, because this was a big concern for all of the scientific community. But also we thought that Jesus and Gabi were very important speakers to share with us all of the topics and how to connect with the audience. And finally, this part that is starting with Alfredo, we want to share with you all of the tools that you have available, because it's not only important to know that you have to practice your scientific communication, you have to put it in practice. So now, Alfredo, we can see your screen. You are sharing with all of us, and I can see that now it's working, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry for this technical thing. I was starting to tell you that I'm trying in a few minutes to show you how to communicate science on TV. I have been working not only on TV these last 2.5 years, but also radio and newspapers, digital print newspapers. But today I'm going to focus on TV sets. Well, I'm working as a professor on the University of Valladolid since 23 years now. The last 2, I'm full professor since March 2020, just a few days before the pandemic started in Spain. I've been researching different areas of immunology, but lately I'm working on eye immune system, and we look the intraepithelial lymphocytes on people in health and also in some inflammatory diseases. Since 2 years now, I'm vice rector for teaching innovation and digital transformation at my institution, and I was in charge, for example, of all the movement we had to do on March 2020 to pass from presentiality, from a face-to-face university in our institution to a completely digital university. So it was a really big deal, March 2020 for me, for 2 reasons, because I was in charge of all the digital university in Valladolid, and also because I was immunologist and I was on the Spanish Society of Immunology board in that period. So we were impelled to do things as the specialist in immunology in Spain. As Safira has already told you, for 15 years, I've been running a project mainly devoted to immunology teaching, but also to immunology communication in the last 5 years. My skills in immunology communication were very few. I was working with the students, with medical and nurse students, going out to the streets, to the bars. It's a kind of pint of science thing, but not that exactly. And we were to the bars once a year, celebrating the International Day of Immunology, to show people different aspects of immunology or immunopathology, even immunotherapy, allergies, transplantation, vaccines. When all these topics, the students prepare short communications for all the people on the bar, and we have been done this activity for 7 years with a lot of success in the city. We have stopped it the last 2 years because the obvious pandemic things. Well, regarding now TV, I did in the past some few things on TV, presenting my immunomedia project. Exactly, people were interested in telling them how this project was working for education and for science dissemination. So I did a few programs, but in the last 2.5 years, I've been in hundreds of programs in all TVs, in all national TVs. In Spain, we have the first and the 2, which are the public TVs. I've been also on the Antena 3, which is private, even as 4 channel, Tele 5, and also La Sexta. So these are the 6 channels in Spain, general channels, and I've been in all of them. But I'm also been in 13 out of the 17 regional TVs in Spain, Madrid, Asturias, all that regions, more than 20 times in some of them. So it's a lot of times on these channels. Regarding international TVs, I've been working with CNN in the States, but also several TVs on Argentina, Mexico, Colombia, Bolivia, and Venezuela. And which kind of programs I've been working? Very different. I will resume in these three, but I've been in very different kind of programs. Late nights was quite usual, but also morning and afternoon magazines. All of them had 4 months periods of time mostly devoted to COVID pandemics or vaccines or whatever the topic was in that period. So I've been in all of them, in all of the channels and in all of the types of magazines. Late night and morning and afternoon magazine was the more usual, but also I've been in most of the news programs in all the 6 channels. So it's been a very hard period and a lot of work, because any presentation, at least in my hand, I spent a lot of time in preparing the presentation. Even yesterday night, for example, I went out on direct on Antena 3 news program at 9, which is the hot period on TV, on Spanish TV. And I was in the middle of my dinner, and I had to go out from the dinner and speak to on direct with the driver of the program. So any program, regardless the way you prepare, you have a lot of work to do on advance. And a training for all of that I've been doing on parallel, but the training for you, if you're interested in working on TV and communicate science on TV, my advice is to work on YouTube and Instagram in direct emissions. I've done also hundreds of them during these 2.5 years. And I haven't organized most of them because I didn't have time. I had my work on the university, my work on the Society of Immunology, and then my work on media. So I didn't organize myself YouTube or Instagram direct programs, but a lot of people asked me to join them and work with them. So it's a very good way to start with TV. And if I have to say you the key moment of this period, I will show you on direct in a minute when I close sharing the screen. It was during this set. I will do now directly. I was on a Skype connection, waiting to be on alive. And 5 minutes before, I was thinking myself, I've been twice on TV. That was my 3rd program. I've been twice. How can I do better? Because I was not happy with my communication. I was completely perfect. It was completely well sound for an immunologist, for a scientist. But I was thinking, if my mother was seeing this program, did she understand what I was telling them? And I realized no. So I thought these 5 minutes before my intervention, how can I do this better? So I was explaining what a neutralizing antibody is. And I look around myself in the shields of my room, and I found that I had minions because I had it already on my room. I had also this bottle you see in red, which is this one. It's a TEDx. You're speaking about TEDx in a minute. It's a TEDx water bottle. And I thought this can be the cell, and the minion can be the virus. So the virus entered the cell. And I thought this works. The virus entered the cell. This is okay. But how can now explain the antibody blocking this entering the cell of the virus? And I thought I wake up and I went to the kitchen and found this thing and thought this could be an antibody blocking the virus for entering the cell. So I did this, and now the antibody is neutralizing the infection of the virus to the cell. And it was the very beginning of my my acting, they call it on TV, to this representation, they call it actings. So that was my first acting ever on TV, and was the very beginning of a very long saga, which I'll show you some pieces of it in a minute. So if you want to communicate on TV, what should you think? The first thing is the thing I had already showed you: empathize with your audience. Your mother is going to understand what are you going to tell. This is the first question you have to ask yourself. Second, what's your favorite media or your favorite language for communication? I'm using these 3D models, but you feel better singing, dancing, writing, drawing. You have to find your language, your special one. You should be confident on it. You should manage the language, because this language makes you unique. I mean, on TV, there's a lot of people doing the same things. If you want to stay for long, you have to be unique. You have to communicate well, and the audience should be happy with your communication. Third, for me, communicate science is a responsibility. My country, the taxes the people pays on my country has paid for my education, for my research for years. So my country deserves my feedback, my scientific feedback, to go back to all the population. You have to rehearse a lot. I was really nervous first times I went on TV. Well, the first times I didn't was on TV. I was at home doing this Zoom connection or a Skype connection. You will see in a minute how this worked, and it did work a lot. Was better at the plateaus on TV face-to-face? Yes, but it works also on video conference. I told you before, you could start with broadcasting live videos on YouTube or Instagram or Twitch and elsewhere. That works this way. Is very good way of starting and to rehearse a lot. And if you go finally for TV, you have to know a thing as a very first thing. TV times is very different to scientific time. So you have to adapt to the way the TV works, and don't expect that TV adapt to your way of work. Don't expect that. The different participation I have done was, most of them were live, but some of them were deferred. So that's better, because you could broadcast in advance. You could correct some errors, but direct is more alive, is more empowering. Also, you could be on TV plateaus, but also you could do communication in video conference, as we are doing now. And the type of programs I have already tell you was talk shows and debates, but also news on any television news program. My specialty is the actings with 3D models. I'll show you this minion thing. This has been complicated, and now my cell is a transparent box. This is my cell, because it allows me to use the inside for different things. My virus has been also complicated quite a lot from the minion, the original minion. Now it's a white cartoon with a Darth Vader and different colors, which are the proteins of the virus. And finally, my antibodies are these more sophisticated also things. They catch the antigens color by color, green for green, blue for blue, red for red, and so on. But this is also working for neutralizing this action, because this doesn't allow this virus to get into the cell. So as you could see, I use the Star Wars universe for most of these things. And that was a success itself, because if you realize, Star Wars saga has been for a lot of ages in our families and friends. So a lot of people told me, my grandma is watching you any TV, you go there with my grandson. So all ages were captivated by Star Wars saga. Why I choose Star Wars? Because I had a chest, a very big and nice chest of Star Wars characters, and it was for me for a while, for a long period when I was confined at home on the lockdown. But when I started to go to the TV plateaus, that was not good because it was very heavy and was very fragile. So I started to lose my characters, and I don't like. And then I started to use these materials. This is a big antibody. You can see. So I'm going to show you some of these examples of the programs, TV programs I've been, and you've been to see the collection of the 3D models collection. Among all the programs, the one I'm working more is this La Sexta Noche, and this is just to show you that they do a compilation of all my interventions and among 1 year, and they did, you see now they're mixing 20 minutes of me, of my actions, my best moment in the program, as they do these special programs for Christmas or for some holidays, and they do these revisions and put all my best moments on the program. You see now the self on direct and the original Star Wars chess figures there. And this is my small plateau at home. This is the driver, the main presenter of this program. And he's introducing these best moments of Alfredo Corelli in the TV show. You're going to see in a minute the set with all the 3D models now alive, not at home as before. I'm going to show you a different thing, which is using myself as an acting. I'm showing in this program how the virus mutates, and now myself is going to be the virus, which is suffering mutations and generating new variants. We're going to see in a minute. This is their mutations, the hat, the sunglasses. This is my working room, which is very famous, this Captain America shell. And I'm mutating as a virus. The hand is in different color, the hat, the headphones. Now, now I'm going to be a new variant, completely new variant, because nobody can see my eyes, my lips, or my ears. So it's a way of explaining how a virus mutates without using the 3D models. In that case, it's using my own body. And finally, to show you a different way of doing these actings, I want to show you in the first channel, which is a public channel, is the one. They have very good graphic designers, and they collaborate with me doing augmented reality models. I am going to show you a program in which we are speaking about the influence of stress on immunity, and they did a very nice augmented reality thing. So this is the drivers. It's asking about the stress effects on the immune function. And we are going to a minute to this set where the 3D augmented reality starts inside us. So we are explaining that we are stressed because we have a lot of work, or students at the university have a very stressed life. And now the body is splitting on three parts: the nervous system, the immune system, and the endocrine system. You see the endocrine, the central nervous system, and the immune system, and between them their communication, because we have some messengers telling things from one to another system. So this is a 3D augmented reality used for explaining stress. This is the cortisol, the yellow one, which is the more immune suppressor, or the natural immune suppressor of our bodies. And then at the end, I explain a positive thing, which is doing sports, for example, or singing, or being happy. The connections also work, and now you're producing endorphins that stimulates your immune system. So this is another way, but obviously for doing this, you have to have a very expertise people doing the animations for working with you. And that's all. I wanted to show you some samples of my actings on TV, and I'm happy to answer your questions if you have some of them.
I'm sure that everybody's with the same smile that I have in this moment. It's such a pleasure. I think that you reunite so many values. Professor Correll is creativity, is being humble, a full professor, talking so easy, bringing all of the knowledge to all of us. It's amazing to see the simplicity and the materials that you are taking around yourself to empower our career, and also to inspire the next generations, the next young generations. Thank you. I don't see any questions here. We were running out of time, but I have one question for you. What was first, the hen or the egg? I mean, did you start it first creating videos and then you called the attention of the TV, or first you started on TV and then you move forward with more videos?
Well, for education, for educative videos, I did it before, because the immune pills, I started broadcasting them on 2014, I think. And this collection of educative immune videos is the best collection, the most visited collection in the world. But that was 7-10 years ago. So TV came lately because I was on this Society of Immunology board, and the media asked us this board to explain things to people: radio, digital papers, and also TV. And that's the way I enter on TV, because they want us to ask questions about what's immunity, what's happening with the antibodies against SARS-CoV-2, and all that stuff. And that's the way I start on TV. And as I told you before, I wasn't happy with my first intervention. So that's the way, that's the reason I decided to do this. This was the first acting on my career, and then we finally came to this.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm going to read this question. This will be the last question. Thank you very much. Everybody's saying thank you, inspiring. Thank you, Professor. Nice talk. What do you think that could be done to increase coverage of scientific news and topics on TV? Because since COVID-19 news related to this matter are overwhelming, but still I will say the importance of science is not highlighted on TV.
That's a very important thing. I would put, I don't know in all the states is the same, but in Spain we have a a final period for sports, final period sometimes for culture, and I would put a fixed section of science news, not the most recent one, but good news. And there's another problem. TV shows or TV media doesn't match very nicely with social media. And I would look for some very short video, something that would work in both directions. So it's a very short advertise on TV and a very short advertise on social media. But we have to work on that direction. I think on news, on any news program, there should be a fixed section of science news. I will do that.
Thank you very much, Professor Correll.
Thank you, Zafira. Thank you for all the assistance.
Yes, please keep inspiring the next generations like you are doing, telling the stories like you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I want to move forward with Ana Cadete. We have the last 3 talks. They are 15 minutes talks. I hope that you are enjoying so much like we are doing. Ana Cadete, our very own Ana Cadete, is an enthusiastic scientist with more than 10 years of experience in drug delivery. She holds a double degree PhD in nanomedicine and pharmaceutical innovation. She carried out her postdoc at MIT at the very famous, with the very famous PI Langer Lab. And for the past 4 years, she has been working at the biotech that most probably you know, Moderna. At INFAE, also, we have had the honor to have Ana as the director of the International Mentor Program in Portugal. She started the program over there, and now she's part of our scientific board of advisors. Dr. Cadete is also the founder and content creator of the Non-Conformist Scientists, an online platform created to communicate science and empower the young generation of women scientists to become leaders, with more than 14,000 followers. Thank you very much, Ana. I know that you have an appointment in 15 minutes, so we will excuse you if you don't have time for a lot of questions.
Okay. Thank you, Zafira. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. I love the presentation before, and I think we may find some synergies actually between what we have developed with Science in 3 Minutes and maybe how can we combine television with social media. So I have here a short presentation. Let me just, I hope you are, can you see my slides? Are they okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Ciência em 3 Minutos and the non-conformist scientist and, the power of working with a team of people to fight misinformation and communicate science through social media. So if you're interested in knowing more about what we have been doing, just go on Instagram or Twitter or Facebook and follow the Non-Conformist Scientists and C Scientists on social media. I think that we will never forget March 2020, and I think that we will always look at our life as a before and after the pandemic. And we can look at it, as before COVID, how our life was, and after COVID, which is how our life is right now. I think we are in a better position, but of course, many of us, face how was the lockdown. So we have a before and then after COVID. And the same happened not only for our personal life, but also for the way we communicate science. And I think that March 2020 will always be the turning point for the interest of science in society. So before the pandemic, only 2% of researchers were on social media. So the engagement was very low. In general, people are not very interested about science. They were, kind of the geeks sharing some of the latest papers. So only a small percent of, researchers were using these tools to communicate. And what is impressive to see is that after March 2020, so by the end of 2020, 51% of journal articles on the pandemic were mentioned at least once in one tweet. So if we look at the number of papers that were published by the end of 2020, we may get surprised to see that more than 50,000 of papers were mentioned on Twitter and all other social platforms. So, you know, there's so many information, so many papers that are being published. And here the question is, what caused this torrent of scientific information and engagement on social media? Because what is this biggest difference is that before the pandemic, we may have some papers online, but no one was interested in reading them. And after the pandemic, suddenly you have thousands and thousands of papers being published, and we have such an engagement of people that want to learn more. And the reason is it's the need. So the need of getting updates on a topic that interests everyone. And I think it was a challenge in the beginning of the pandemic, because for one side, we knew that people were engaged and they wanted to learn more. And it's a challenge now that the pandemic is kind of over. And the challenge is, how are we going to keep using social media and get this engagement with people with other areas? So there were a few challenges with the way, you know, this communication and, you know, all of this information was getting spread on social media, and this was for the good and also for the bad. So there was many people and not only researchers, because suddenly, you know, bioRxiv was in the hands of everyone. So there was an access to non-peer review publications, and this is really complicated to manage when you give people access to information that they are not used to read and that they do not understand. So suddenly, you know, everyone is sharing papers that they don't know. And so this caused a lot of disinformation and a lot of misinformation. So one of the challenges of the pandemic as well was not only to fight it was also to fight the fake news and what people were constantly sharing around without the goal of using it for the good. So there was a lot of challenges in this area, and I would also like to bring up something that I don't know if people are aware of, which is many scientists decided to speak up and start working on science communication. And by the end of the pandemic, so Science magazine just released a very nice publication. So it's an entire cover. It's an entire magazine with this topic. So 38% of researchers that use social media to communicate science reported some kind of harassment. And this is kind of, it's a serious topic. I think that, now that things are a little more calm, there's the need to try to understand why this happened and what do we need to do to protect scientists, because this is a very important role to the society as well. So here the question is, why do we communicate science on social media? And I'm going back to what was already told, which is, with great knowledge comes great responsibility. And I think that this puts us researchers, in special the ones that work on a field, with an enormous responsibility to share what we know with the ones that we believe are getting the wrong information. So this is kind of the story how the non-conformist scientists started. So this project was initially intended to be more focused on empowering women in science, which it is, and more projects are going to come. But what happened, this was in October 2020. I was talking to my mom, and I just understood that she was not able to understand, what's an RNA vaccine. And I'm like, how? Like, I work at Moderna, I work in the field, and how don't you understand that? And so this comes to my mind that, if my mom doesn't understand how an mRNA vaccine works, how is, the society in general look at the science? So this was when we decided, I decided to use social media to reach out to people and ask for help, because I was not able to put together a program alone. You know, this is a lot of work. And so I use social media to ask for people who wants to join me in creating Ciência em 3 minutos. So this is science in 3 minutes. I think it's very easy. And you know, what we claim ourselves, it's that the science that we share, it's clear, it's rigorous, and it's current. So we are a multidisciplinary team. We are 7 scientists and science communicators with a diverse background. And this made possible the collaboration within different areas. So every one of us have a different strength. So for example, we work with science communicators that have a PhD in science communicators, with a medical writer. I'm a scientist. We have a postdoc that works in New York City. We have PhD students that are in charge of reading all of the literature and helping us, and of course people also doing the design of the video. So this was only possible because we have such a multidisciplinary team of people working with us. So how do we go from scratch to a 3-minute video? So we do a scientific research, and this research in general takes a lot of time, because you need to read all of the papers that are being published and all of the information that you have around. And then we need to do the content organization. So we need to take all of the literature that we review and all of the guidelines. For example, a challenge that I faced during this process was, I live in the United States, so I get to know a lot about what CDC and the FDA says, and then in Europe, the guidelines are a little bit different. So I have to look, we need to understand what's going on, like in Portugal, the EMA. And so we need to be able to organize the content, and also to understand to who are we speaking to, because it's different if it's a person in the US or if it's someone that lives in Portugal. Then we do a thorough review of everything that we combine in those slides. And we make sure that the way we are communicating, it's very easy for everyone. And then we go and do the video design. So the video at the end, it's done with specific draws that you know, go very well aligned to what we speak. And in general, the feedback has been you know, really great, that we are able to create these short videos and make them available for everyone. So you can find the videos on YouTube. I have here the link. So just follow the Ciência em 3 minutos. We did an enormous amount of work during the second lockdown, which was on Christmas. So it was between November 2020 and February 2021. We did a lot of videos. That was incredibly helpful, I feel, for also to help people understanding the importance of getting the vaccines. As of today, we have 13 videos. We have more than 50,000 views. And I'm very proud to say that we were able to build trust content. So this reached thousands of people online, but it was also shared by doctors, students, pharmacists, professors, by the universities, pretty much by everyone. And what I think it's really important is that now we have people that reach out to us when they have questions, because they know that we have the answers that are based in facts and science, and not just whatever the newspaper decided to tell. So what's next in Ciência em 3 minutos? So we want to diversify content. So, and this is also like a kind of a challenging, right? Because we need to understand what other topics may interest people, especially in healthcare, which is our field. And how are we going to be able to work on these videos and make them accessible to people? So we are looking for partnerships. So kind of using also the workshop to let the universities and some companies know that we are looking for partnerships to understand what other areas would we like to explore. And then we need to continue engaging with society. We need to continue engaging society with science. And I think this is really challenging because, you know, COVID now is not such a hot topic. People are really tired. So, you know, the people are tired of just talking about the same. So we need also to understand how are we going to keep this engagement with science with a different topic that is not as common as COVID for everyone. And also something that is challenging now is that we need to find time to continuing working on these projects full time. Because the majority of us, and I'm sure that you know, many science communicators around the world did it because they feel it that it was a need, but this is on the top of a kind of a full job when there's no more lockdown. So this is also trying to understand, you know, how much do we need to grow the team to continuing developing and delivering these videos. So if you have ideas or comments, just let me know, and thank you for the kind invitation. Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Anna, to show us the clear and rigorous path that you are opening right now to explain in social media what we do in science is really needed. And I think that you brought a very important topic. We need to get funding to keep growing these kind of programs and to keep having a voice. Without funding, we cannot move. I am not sure if there is any question for you, Anna. I know that you are very tight in time and right now you need to leave. But thank you again for your time on Saturday and for the work that you are doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye, Anna. All right, so now we are moving with Dr. Carla de Avanzo. Carla holds a PhD in neuroscience at the University of Naples, Federico II. She is an expert in molecular biology applied to Alzheimer's disease. She's an instructor in neurology at Harvard Medical School and Senior Research Alliance Manager at Mass General Research Institute. In addition, she is passionate about science communication and is the co-director of Science Rehash podcasts and also the TED Youth Boston Outreach Director. Thank you very much for your time, Carla.
Thank you, Zafira, and thanks for inviting. I'm very excited to share, you know, with all of you two projects that I'm very passionate about. And so far, I've seen the other talks all very important way to communicate science. I'm going to share my slides. Let's see. Okay, hope it works. Before to dig in, I want just to quickly introduce myself and, you know, tell you how I got involved with those two organizations. As Zafira said, I studied in Italy neuroscience, and then during my PhD, I came in Boston for what it was supposed to be only 6 months visiting in a laboratory at MGH, working on Alzheimer's disease. Well, 11 years later, I'm still in Boston. Boston is home, and I really enjoyed that experience. And when I was offered to stay as a postdoc, it was no brainer decision. I stayed. So I continued my research in Alzheimer's as a postdoc and then instructor at MGH that is affiliated with Harvard. But then I realized that I didn't want to pursue the traditional academic path. So I had the opportunity to transition internally to a position as Alliance Manager at the Research Institute at MGH. As Alliance Manager, I help the investigators at MGH to build relationships and collaborations with pharmaceutical companies, with biotech, with ventures. And I don't work only in neuroscience now, but also in rare diseases, cardiometabolics. So there's been a very, you know, learning curve for me. And actually, I'm about to transition out of MGH soon in a few weeks, and I will be joining a pharmaceutical company as Alliance Manager. So beside, you know, like my daily job, I've always been very passionate about science communication, and I've been volunteering with different nonprofit organizations, trying to help, you know, achieving their mission. The two examples I'm giving you today are the ones that are probably more close to my heart. One is the podcast Science Riage that I'm co-director with Mehdi Jarfi, and one are the TEDx Youth Talk. So, oops. First, Science Riage. So we are a no-profit organization, as I said, and the idea of this podcast came from my former co-worker in the lab, Mehdi. We were like working together on Alzheimer's. We have some co-first authors papers together. He's from Iran, and he loves podcasts. So one day he had this idea because, it's not that granted in every country and in every university to have access to scientific publication in those, big journals, and they have very high subscription fees. So here, in the Ivy League University in Boston, it's very easy. You just click, you download, your university pay for it. You don't even know about it. But in many other countries, and also in Italy, we didn't have all the journal subscriptions. And Mehdi experienced that in Iran growing up, but also now while he was here, he had friends asking him to download papers for him. So he was like, why we don't just have a podcast where we interview the senior authors or the authors of the paper, and we talk about the paper, and we make those scientific breakthroughs, discoveries accessible to everyone globally for free, and they just need to have an internet connection for it. So that's how Science Riage was born. He brought on board other colleagues, a co-host, Shen Ning, that was from China, and this problem resonated with her. Then we had a sound editor, a graphic designer. I joined as marketing person at the beginning. So the team started growing, right? And it has been 2.5 years now. And those are the series that we produce. So the main series is Riage in Science, and that's what I was just talking about. We cover recent paper, we feature recent scientific paper. What are the criteria that we use when we choose papers? They need to be recent, first of all. So 1 month out, maximum 2 months. They are in the field of life sciences. They usually are published in top journals like Nature, Science, Cell, New England Journal, EMBO. And we really want also to highlight those papers that they have an impact. They have a potential of being translated in clinical care, for example, in patient care. So if any of you has any of those papers coming up, you are free to reach out to us. We will be happy to review the paper and see, if he falls under our criteria to be interviewed, to be featured. And then we have 2 other series, a fireside chat and 360 perspective. In the fireside chat, we interview pioneers in the field of bioengineering, biology, medicine. Just to name few, George Church here illustrated, but we also interviewed Bob Langer, and we just mentioned him, right, for Anna, a supervisor, and Moderna, of course, co-founded. And then we have, and the idea of the fireside chat is to go through the journey of somebody that has been successful in their scientific career and be of inspiration to young scientists. And then the 360 perspective is really meant for more a general public, broader audience. We released 2 days ago an episode on Alzheimer's disease. And as I told you, I was working on Alzheimer's all my academic years, and this is very this was an episode that we really wanted to produce, and we are very happy with the result. I hope you will have a chance to listen to it. In the 360 perspective, what we do, we interview several key stakeholders in that field, in that problem that we want to highlight. And so we go to clinicians, to patients, caregivers, researchers, law policy makers, economists, psychologists. So we want to give a full overview of the problem and really hear the different perspectives from, the people that they really work on it. Before, last year we did the COVID 360 perspective, but we found that, of course, that was needed to do. We did 3 series on COVID, and they were very successful as well. So who is our target audience? So our listeners, we don't really have much, difference in age or gender. It's like a little bit any age, and even male or female. I would say that we target more young students, undergrad, grad, postdocs, also, young scientists, young professionals, either in academia or in industry. And why is that? So when we produce our episode, the Reaction Science series, we definitely try to break down, scientific jargons, very complex concepts that they are included in the paper so that the authors is explaining. But at the same time, we are not using a lay audience kind of language. So our listeners still needs to have a certain level of education or a scientific knowledge to catch, all the nuances of the topic. While the other 2 series can definitely be for a broader audience, as I mentioned before. So the 360 is meant more for a general public. This is our awesome team. We have 2 co-hosts, 2 writers, a creative director, 3 sound editors, and assistant. And I just want to highlight that we are such a diverse and international team. Not only the people that live here in the US, we are not all Americans, but we have people that they live and work for us abroad as a volunteer. So Vesna is in Italy, Rupuzzo is in Zimbabwe, Meghna is in India. It's such an amazing experience to work, with different cultures. It's tough. We work on time zones that are different, but we're making it work. But going back to our initial mission, right? We want to reach those countries that have less resources, less accessibility to science and scientific publication. How do we do that? We cannot just imagine that we put a link of an episode online on internet and they will pick on it. So we wanted to have a proactive approach to this, and we created an ambassador programs 1.5 years ago. So we look for young students, young professionals, or they have scientific knowledge, or they're just passionate about science, that they are from those countries. And they literally help us to inform about what is happening in their country in terms of science accessibility, in terms of podcast platform accessibility, social media accessibility. It's not the same everywhere. So the pictures you see here are the current ambassadors. We did have a previous one. In the map, you see all the countries that have been covered so far. We are going to have a new cycle starting from this month. I will start outreaching the recruiting. We never had Spanish or Portuguese ambassadors. We'll be happy to have any of you on board. And just to have an idea, the ambassadors really help to brainstorm with us what is the right way to reach their community, their country, their scientific network. So they put us in touch with their universities, with their organization, association they are part of. And we also discovered things that we had no clue about, like Spotify in some countries is only premium, so you need to pay for it. That means that our goal to give for free a podcast in Pakistan or in Algeria doesn't work with Spotify. We need to find another way. In Iran, Telegram is the social media mostly used. So our Iranian ambassador created a Telegram account for us, and he was translating in Farsi our captions. We created YouTube with subtitles because we realized that YouTube is the platform that is most available everywhere for free. So we keep learning thanks to them. It's such a remarkable contribution that they give us. So we'll be happy to have any questions if you are interested to be part of it. So this is just to give you an idea, we are all on all the platforms, and so far we reached more than 75 countries, and those are the top 5 listeners for us. We release an episode every 3 weeks on a Wednesday. But now let's switch gears, right? I also been involved with TEDx, specifically TEDx youth, so working with teenagers. Of course, in the last 2 years, we were not able to do any events. So my experience is like prior to COVID. It was a great experience, and most likely end of this year, we may start again. Working with youth, of course, with teenagers, a little bit different than adults. But the process and the structure of a TEDx talk is the same. So we're just going to go through it, right? I just want to highlight that the mission of our organization, TEDx Youth, that used to be called Beacon Street, but now it actually became Boston. It's really because we believe that teenagers needs their voice to be amplified, and we are trying to accelerate a youth-driven change, and also like in interaction across generation. But now let's go into the talks. So there are definitely different type of talks here. I brought to you some examples. I will say that for the youth, we focus mostly on the personal story, given their young age, they may not be technical, prepared, or like their knowledge is different. So the way we usually have our first speakers to be prepared for a talk is by nomination. So this is the typical way usually to get involved with TEDx. There is a nomination process. I gave a quick Google in Spain how, for example, TEDx Madrid, and on their website they have the nomination tab where you can nominate someone. I'm sure that big names have been also invited for TED Talk. Not all the nominated get selected. There is a selection process, and the committee needs to make sure that that person is the right match, right speaker for the final events. When the nominee comes in, they first have been asked to do a pitch of their story, their idea. And, the question that we ask is like, why you? Why your story? Why you care about this, to tell this story? Why it's important, and why a bigger audience should care? So what is the effect on them? So after we define the story, the idea, the importance of it, we really go we really go in and start to build a structure around the idea. So this is a typical structure of a TED Talk. First, you need to define the problem, right? Start, connecting with the audience and why they should care about the problem, and why this problem needs a solution, a new idea, or an innovative idea. Then give your new perspective, right? Explain how your insight, your knowledge about a new solution, and make it inspiring, make it surprising, interesting, intriguing for the audience. Then at that point, describe your solution, your idea, and apply to the problem that you just define it, right? And the idea needs to be credible, it needs to be understandable to the audience. And once you show that it works, describe how this will have, which impact this will have, how this will change the world, or a small part of the world, or a small part of the audience. So what is the significance, the impact of it? I will leave you with the 10 commandments from TED when you build your talk. I also want to add that speakers are not alone in this process. They usually are assigned a catalyst. We call it a catalyst. There is a kind of like a mentor 101 that will challenge the speaker along the process of the talk development. The catalyst would remind the speaker all the time, who is your audience, who you really want to engage in this conversation, who should care about this talk, and will challenge, to rethink about some aspect of the talk, refine the talk. Because if the speaker just, develop it by itself, it's all in his mind without having a confrontation with another person, it won't have the same impact on the audience. So those are the 10 commandments. We will go through them. First of all, give your best in the process, to develop the talk, and on the stage, just dream big. Second, be yourself, be unique, be truthful. Don't hide, don't lie, show your strength, show your fears or your limitation. Also, those are recorded. Those will be online forever. So you don't want to really lie about something, and it's your legacy, seriously. Then make all the complex concepts more understandable to people. It's very important. Use examples, tell a story to make it easier. Try to connect with your audience in an emotional way if you can. So you can make a joke and so they will laugh. You can tell a very intimate story that may make them cry, but you are like touching their real feelings. Don't be arrogant. Don't just talk about yourself. It's not just about you. It's about your idea and how that idea can really change the world. Don't sell anything on the stage. That would be a great turnoff for everybody, like, trying to sell a product or a company or whatever. You can comment other people, criticizing is always, a good exercise. It may inspire other new ideas. You should not read. You should know all your talk, by, you should know it, by heart. And the time is also very important. We will say that TED Talks can go anywhere from 3 minutes to 18 minutes, but the best time has been seen to be 12 minutes. So those are the most watched videos and talks. And then rehearse. Practice your talk, take feedback from people that you care. Is very, very important. Okay, I will leave it to you with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. This was incredible, this presentation. I never saw something like this. And I hope that a lot of people from Spain and Portugal can see an opportunity in the Ambassador program to create a new program in Europe and help you to develop because it sounds terrific.
Thank you.
These are another two tools where the people can practice, and they are great opportunities. Everybody is leaving comments in the chat saying thank you for the talk, for your refreshing ideas. Thank you. This is unique. I don't know if anybody has a question. I love the TED commandments, so universal. I was thinking that the tips that you were leaving for the TED, they are so applicable to anything in life, right? And even the structure for the TED Talks, it can be applied for grant writing.
Totally.
It's so unique.
For my daily job, I help PIs to pitch to companies, right? And we use the same identical structure. You always need to start with a problem, and this way you relate with other people, because that problem is not just your problem, right? And then you go in with your unique idea and how it's different from others and why it matters, why it's significant. So it's totally like applicable in science, like when you give a talk at a conference, when you give a pitch to an investor, it can be applicable everywhere.
Yeah, and why the audience should care, right? Sometimes we don't know whether important is the topic. Okay, I have a very good question from Yolanda Alvarez. Which percentage of your TED Talks are about science?
That's a good question. So for the youth, for my experience with the youth, I have to say that they were not about science because we were focusing more on social science. So we were, going towards like diversity, inclusion, discrimination kind of talks. In the TEDx Boston adult, there is a lot of science instead going on. And they just started the production again. They did the first event, I think last week at the Queen House here in Boston. So I would say that is most of the percentage of the TED Talk is in science for the adults. Yeah,
that's wonderful. We need that. Okay, so I'm going to leave your presentation just mentioning what you told us. Be unique, be truthful, and build a rigorous legacy. Those are great tips for the people who are following us. So I'm going to move with the last talk. Thank you very much, Carla.
Thank you. Bye.
I'm going to move with the last, but not least, talk by Daniela Dominguez. She is a neuroscientist by profession. Daniela is a researcher at Institut du Cerveau in Paris, Brain Institute. She's also a beer lover. Who doesn't, right? And Daniela is the responsible for bringing Pint of Science to Portugal. She thinks that it's time for science to leave the laboratory and become a topic of conversation between friends in a bar. So I think that Gabriela will join us shortly.
Hi, Sophia, I'm already here.
Yes, wonderful. Very nice to see you again.
So I will share my screen now. And thank you for the nice presentation. And I just want to say also that I'm quite happy to be here with you and in this virtual stage with such stellar speakers. Thanks, Zafira, and thanks, Danielle, for organizing this symposium on such an important topic. And thank you all for still keeping up and being here for this last talk. And so today I want to have a conversation with you on how no one is really born a great communicator. And I would like to start this presentation with 2 questions. I want you to think what words come to your mind when you think on science communication, and what do you think are the qualities or skills a science communication should have? And I think during this evening now, maybe we have a more pool of words, but I hope that also after my talk, we can go back to these questions and have a more complete and bigger picture. So science communication is part of my life now, but it was not always the case. And especially when I started during my studies, as Safira told you, I'm a bioengineer by training, and I did my university degree in Porto, where I come from. And I did it both in engineering and biomedical school. And during my studies, I had the opportunity to do an internship at King's College in London, and then to go to Sweden to do my master's thesis at Karolinska. After that, I decided to go back to Portugal, this time to Lisbon, and work at the Supplemental Foundation, and then moved to work more in translational science. I went briefly to Germany, to the Center for Neurodegenerative Disorders, and now I'm at the Paris Brain Institute, where I'm doing my PhD. And I don't have the time to go over my unofficial CV, but I wanted to tell you about the moment super briefly how I fell in love with Pint of Science. So I was in London in my first internship in a city that I didn't know during a random walk. And I saw this poster about discussing science with beers, and I thought I should give it a try. So I ended up in my first Pint of Science session, and I liked it so much that I decided that I needed to bring it to Portugal. And Pint of Science is one of the many, many ways that you can actually be involved in science communication. And we are an international nonprofit organization that this year will be represented in 28 countries in the world. And the mission is to promote scientific discussions between researchers and the public in a relaxed environment, like, for example, a bar. So in order to achieve our goals, during the year, we communicate science, and all topics are welcome. And we do it in an accessible and in a simple way, but always trying to be super accurate. And we do it through news, examples, curiosities, concepts. But our main big event is actually the organization of a science communication festival that this year will be actually the 9, the 10, and 11 of May, and where we bring scientists and the general audience to a bar to discuss science with a pint, with a beer, or whatever you like in our hands. And when we are preparing for this festival, one of our biggest challenges is actually to invite speakers that, more than actually doing cool science, are actually great communicators. And what is actually this of being a great science communicator? So I hope like now we have a better, clear idea, and that you remember the words that you thought at the beginning of the presentation. And in the next minutes, I hope I can give you some hints on how to be a great communicator. And for that, I'm going to use the golden circle concept. And so I will explore the why, the how, and the what of being a great science communicator. So let's start with the why. Once a great woman said, "Nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less." And this woman is actually Marie Curie. And I couldn't find the exact time when she mentioned this, but she passed away almost 19 years ago, and nowadays this still remains true. And scientists and researchers, like, we have the responsibility of communicating science in an accurate but accessible way that everyone can understand. And this might be a difficult task because it's not that easy to be precise and not to go into a lot of details, but it's possible. And we do it all the time if we think about it when we communicate with people from different scientific fields. And we should practice doing it more for the general population too. And besides being one of our obligations, if we think about it, most of us as researchers are actually paid on public funding. If people understand science, then they are less likely to misinterpret research and believe in sensationalist claims. And we spread the thirst for knowledge, and science becomes a discussion topic, even in a bar, as we do in Pint of Science. But then comes like the complicated question that we've been discussing in this symposium about, like, how should we do it? So we need to take into consideration our setting, our audience, and ourselves as speakers. First of all, if we need to take into consideration the setting and adapt it to the context of our talk. If it's a professional talk, make sure we are in a professional environment. Even on Zoom, this can be important. Another thing that we definitely want to avoid is technical problems. So we need to test everything in advance. If we are at home, check the internet connection. If you are in a conference, then check your presentation in the conference room. If you are in a Pint of Science event, as a speaker, you can relax because we test everything also for you. But you need to be prepared with this. And another significant detail is to have paper and pen with you, as well as a glass of water. Paper and pen, they are going to be fundamental for you to keep track of questions, and especially if someone makes you more than one at the same time. And water might be crucial if you lose your voice or want to go to get those extra seconds to answer a difficult question. Another important aspect that even Carla mentioned is to know your audience. So this is important for you to adapt your speech and your presentation. So we need to be careful with the word choice. Don't use scientific jargon. Don't lose the audience for small details. For example, if you're communicating to a general audience, you need to avoid difficult concepts and especially complicated graphs. And also, we cannot underestimate the power of listening to the audience. We can get suggestions for them, from them, for us, for our project, or have an idea of our message, how our message is being passed across. And lastly, as a speaker, we need to master the art of pacing. So we should speak in a moderate rhythm and use long pauses when the message is more important and requires more attention. We should contradict this common tendency of reducing our volume at the end of the sentence and use eye contact and body language to be expressive. We should not forget to smile and to be enthusiastic because when people should fall in love with your topic as much as possible as you do. And smiling usually makes people feel happy. They will be more relaxed and then consequently more open to listen to you. Another thing is to be creative and relatable. So one of the ways of achieving this is by using analogies, examples, metaphors, pictures, quotes, anything that which you identify yourself with. And all these elements are going to help personalize and humanize your talk. In terms of the what, so the message that you want to communicate, we should focus on 3 aspects. First, structure. This is in theory the easiest one because usually there is a set of guidelines we should follow. Nevertheless, we should be careful in terms of duration, format, and if we cover all the topics that we are asked to. Then in terms of content, we should remember the 3 C's: to be coherent, to be correct, and to be compelling. We should be coherent in terms of design and flow. So the presentation's design should be hand in hand with our communication. And when used, the colors should have a meaning and be consistent from one slide to the other. In terms of flow, the presentation should be cohesive. So if you're making separate points or talking about different themes, make sure you link them together and avoid jumping from one side to another, from one topic to the other, because it's much harder to follow your story. Do make your science accessible and not a difficult topic, of course, but do not neglect or simplify too much your speech to the point that it can be considered inaccurate. So we need to take into consideration that we always need to be data-driven, and everything that we say, it needs to be important and accurate. So one of the things that people usually actually do not do a lot in general science communication is also to give importance to the context where you are presenting your communication. Meaning, you need to understand that these people are going to make you a lot of questions. And of course, it is important to be knowledgeable about the topic that you are discussing, but you can't know everything. And it's also important to be prepared to say and to address the limitations of your knowledge and of your work. Sometimes it's just a problem of the techniques that we are using, that we cannot answer all the questions. And last case scenario, if you really want to answer, you can speculate about the question, but be clear about it. Be clear that it's a speculation. I think the worst thing that can happen to a science communicator is actually to lose the confidence of the audience just because we are oversimplifying the data to the point that it becomes inaccurate and not correct anymore. And then the last C is to be compelling. An effective way of being compelling is actually by storytelling. So do not try to talk about every topic, everything you know, but just present the most relevant points for your story. We need to remember that contextual knowledge is vital for understanding factual knowledge. And try to paint a picture by using descriptive language and providing a visual that people can actually remember it better when they have an image. Lastly, and super important, is to keep your goal in mind. Depending on the presentation, this might vary a lot. And you should think in advance, what is your take-home message? What do you want your audience to leave thinking and feeling at the end of your intervention? What do you want them to actually take out of your presentation? And I think these are my tips. I think they can be a bit complementary. I want to finish this presentation by emphasizing the idea that there are no natural born communicators. And even though it might be sometimes more natural or more simple to some science to do it, practice is still the key word. And so everyone can become a science communicator with practice. And I hope I could get you some cool tips for your next presentations, that you get more enthusiastic about science communication, maybe that I can see you in one of our Pint of Science events. So we have events in Portugal and Spain and all the other parts in the world. And maybe next year you can join as a speaker. And so thank you all for listening. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Daniela. This was so interesting. I learned so much from you. People is just leaving messages. Thank you, great presentation. Thank you for the tips. I have a question for you. How can we bring Pint of Science to a new country?
Okay, that's a perfect question, actually. So basically now we are an international organization. So usually what I did when I was in London was like, oh my God, I want to get Pint of Science in Portugal. So I just wrote to the organization saying, hey, I'm Daniela, I want Pint of Science in my country. And then of course, because we are such an international organization, there is a contract that you need to sign. There are some rules that you need to actually follow. So then it's a decision on the person if she wants to be involved or not. But it's as simple as that. So if you see that Pint of Science is not in your country, and even if it's in your country, you know, we are trying to expand cities. And in Portugal right now, we have 7 cities. In Spain, it's crazy, you have much more. So what we say is like, this takes time to organize. So at least in Portugal, we start organizing the festival that is in May, in September, because we also want to communicate science through our social media and all of this. And so you just write saying, hey, there is no Pint of Science, I don't know, like in another city in Portugal, and I would like to be part of it. So it's really like, that's why my key message is like, get involved, you know, get involved in science communication is really important, is one of our responsibilities.
Wonderful, thank you very much. I will advise to connect with you. They can follow you in Instagram, in LinkedIn, sorry. So yes, they can find you over there. And definitely go ahead. And I'm going to close your intervention just repeating yourself, just saying, nobody born as a scientific communicator. Keep practicing. This is the keyword. Thank you very much, Daniela. All right, so we are going to close the symposium, and to do that, Daniel Mourinho Sotelo, subdirector of the doctoral school at the University of Valladolid and one of the main coordinators of this symposium, together with Joaquín López de Ray, who is the director of innovation at INFI Foundation and also professor at the University Complutense of Madrid, will present the final remarks. This is my end in this Global Mini Symposium. I enjoy so much with all of you. Thank you again for joining us one Saturday. We hope you leave this Mini Symposium inspired and with a lot of energy to keep transforming this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Zafira. What an amazing event. I'm very happy. We have listened to a panel of speakers, very brilliant. They have given us a lot of tips and suggestions about how to improve our communication skills. Remembering the words of Daniela, scientific communication is an obligation to all researchers around the world. We are not born with these skills, so we can learn, but we have to practice a lot because It's a skill that we have to develop and improve every day. Well, I want to keep it brief. So I will make a short summary of the speeches of Dr. Sinani and Dr. Yolanda Alvarez. They have given us something about writing communication. Dr. Alvarez told us that writing grants is a teamwork, that we have to engage with reviewers from the very beginning of the grant application. We have also to use, or we can use also graphical abstracts to attract their attention. Revision and rewriting is very important. And we have to keep our language plain. This connects very well with the talk of Dr. Christine Sinani. She has given us a lot of tips about improving our writing skills. For example, she told us to cut the clutter. I like that expression a lot. We have to write with direct verbs. We have to avoid wordiness. We have to use or avoid unnecessary jargon. We have to use active voice. And if you allow me, we can't, to finish my speech, we can use one of the sentence that Dr. Yolanda Alvarez used in her presentation, and that summarize very well the speech of Dr. Christine Sinani, edit without mercy. Okay, the first draft is horrible, so revise, rewrite, and edit without mercy to improve your writing skills. So now I give the floor to Dr. Joaquin. He will make a great summary of the whole event. He's the best at this. So yeah. I give the floor to him.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's it has been a quite intense sessions. I think that we have learned a lot from such a great speaker. So actually, as part of In5 Foundation, we want to thank you all. I think that has been really inspiring. I think that everybody should have this feeling like, okay, I should be part of this science communication some way or another. Just there are so many different channels. We have seen TV, papers, public presentations, and social media. I think that somehow or another, I think that we should be all part of this kind of a revolution that we are living. So we know that there are a lot of people speaking in this media, and scientists should be just using these new approaches just to get to people and actually to promote science. So this is basically, I took some summary of some of this presentation. Actually was just taking some notes about the key words and creating this kind of things. I think that it is good. So, I mean, you are going to have the video posted, but there are so many great resources. So I had the opportunity to look a little bit around that from what Jesus Paez posted. So with the QR and also Gabriela, such amazing talks, and actually they were all telling and being like how to promote science, how to improve the quality of your message, how to find and I think that there were a lot of common things about thinking about your audience and about how to improve your message. So I think that that's also really a common thing in all these presentations. So we also have Alfredo that was familiar for many of us who actually saw him on TV and all the difference, how to use these 3D objects, how to empathize, and actually how to adapt your message to the specific media, in this case the TV, and also with Ana Cadete, just with the channels that she has created with a group of other scientists in both Instagram, and also creating this 3 minutes video, which actually was a really great idea. So I recommend you to look more in details about all these different channels. And finally, we got Carla Davanzo just showing us about the TEDx videos, especially the science refers, that's using a podcast as a way to communicate science and to avoid the gap that we know that exists about from people who got access to many of the journals and to many of the new advances, and some many countries that have no access to that, but there should be ways to basically promote and to simplify science for all people in the world. So this also goes in the same with the Python science that we had Daniela Dominguez that was presenting the idea of how to promote a good idea to other countries, in this case Portugal, and how this can propagate even further. So I think that this summarizes different ways to approach the way to communicate science, to basically get to a broader audience, to communicate and to get to people in the world. So I think that it has been intense, but there are so many things to talk about that I think that a mini symposium like this was needed. So thank you for the Universidad of Valladolid for making this happen, and of course all the organizers and part of the 5 Foundation. So thank you very much, and thank you for being here today. Thank you.